Hello everyone, good morning and welcome back to Linux App Summit 2025. We are starting day 2 today and the first talk of the day is going, yay, thank you. The first talk today is going to be only in track 1 and then we are going to continue with the next talks also on track 2. Well, let's start right away. The first talk for today is a distributed app design model for Linux desktops, and we have Andreas Betz.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. So I'm going to speak to you to redo a little bit of what I did at Academy last year. And this is a project that we've been doing for some time. And so I'm hoping that today I can discuss some ideas that may help other teams across the open source world to develop, a stronger brand, stronger presence, more concise design. And I don't know if you know a little bit about myself, but I go by Andy most of the time, so I'm Andy Betz. And I've been with KDE for about 20 years or so. And not always on the same angle, but mostly related to design. And over the years, we've gone through a lot of stuff, right? We went through like from KDE 3 to KDE 4, then to KDE 5, and now into 6. And I'm hoping that maybe for the next version of Plasma at some point, we work with what I'm going to show you today. And I am from Chile, and I live in the United States. And this is my dog. This is Lila, and she says hello. She's staying with one of my friends today. So let's talk about a little bit of design, okay? I know this is probably the developer's favorite subject, but I'm sure we can learn something here today. So I'm going to speak to you a little bit about the situation that we have, I guess in open source in general, because this is something we suffer from. And then how we can, work into the change and develop something more sustainable. And I'm going to show you a little bit of some previews for KDE changes that are happening soon. And then how we apply the design. We're trying to apply a design system for KDE. So let me explain a little bit about the current state. Right now, I guess historically, right, in most of the times, in open source projects, most initiatives are led by individuals. So one person has a great idea, they work on it, the idea grows, they submit it for review, and then, they receive feedback. But at the end of the day, it generally tends to be one person. One person. And when you think about it, that is, if you're thinking in terms of an entity, this is not sustainable. You can't run an organization on one person. That's why we come together for stuff like this, right? Because we need the help. And while personal initiative is really good, and it sort of like shoots you off past a lot of barriers, it also shows you very quickly that you cannot scale unless you have help. So some of the things that we notice, at least in KDE, is that personal initiative begins early and begins with code. Most of the times, our audience is composed of mostly developers, or junior developers who are learning and working and trying to try something new, and they just happen to like Linux and KDE, whatever it is, or any others like GNOME, for example. and they propose a merge request. And when that happens, at least in KDE, our team reviews that, right? We look up this MR, this merge request, and we start chiming in, and we say, hey, you're missing this, the compatibility with these libraries, or your UI is a little funny, like let's just work on that. But at the end of the day, basically, we pile on all of this feedback onto one person. And we expect that that person becomes a developer, a brand person, a designer. That person needs to be a communicator. They will need to do everything. And that's a problem, right? Because we're not everything. We're not like everything for everybody. So this is very difficult. And I'm sure you know that in many of our open source projects, we experience a lot of burnout. Sometimes our hobby becomes our burden, right? Because it's too much. So much feedback is coming to us that we just simply don't or can't do it all. And at some point, we either try to find a way to complete the work that we think is best to do, or we start pushing feedback away, basically. So we say, I'm going to prioritize. I'm going to say that maybe, I'm not going to care about the design very much. And I'll just work on the, whatever I can do. And then added to the fact that maybe many times the people that are actually doing the work, the developer that is doing this, may not know as much development as the senior developers in this project. And so there is a level of quality and institutional knowledge that can be missing. And added on top of that, we pile on all this feedback, right? So that's difficult. That's very difficult. And very quickly, the project becomes way large. It's just larger than you ever imagined. But one thing that we see, at least in KDE, is that many people become, at least on the design side, they are developers/designers. Our developers, at least in KDE, have sort of a mission to not just write code, but also come up with the UI. Because they're very close to the design area, and there is not a system in place that they can use or rely on. Maybe like Live Advaita, that doesn't actually exist in the same shape or form in KDE. So our developers tend to be a little bit closer to the way things will look. And for good and bad, right? So one of the things that has happened is sometimes our developers become designers, or they at least try to, right? And then on the other side, designers at KDE have to become developers, because the same experience that a developer has in building something kind of all on your own, if you come up with a design, you also have to do all of your own. Most of the times there may not be enough resources to kind of like work with a developer to help you achieve the design that you came up with. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword if you make something. And what does that mean for us? That at the end of the day, we have to start thinking of ways to sort of scale back. We just simply cannot deliver at the level that we dreamed of. We have to step back and say, sorry, I don't have a developer that can help me, so I'm just going to say that, well, today we're just going to change a color. That's it, right? We're not going to make the button. We're going to change the color only. That's an easy change. And for our developers as well, they also have to scale back. And at the end of the day, what this comes out to be is that we sort of never have the ability to scale our work. right? And we also have overworked and burned developers and designers, and we just simply can't deliver. But the demand is high, and our teams are small, and we're mostly volunteers. So this is a situation that is very difficult, because I don't know if you noticed, but our Plasma 6 was not a redesign, right? We went from 5 to 6, and it was, ostensibly the same, right? At least on the front end. We didn't change very much. Why? Because we noticed that we didn't have the scale to support something bigger, like a visual style change. Added to the fact that, for example, at least in KDE, we have multiple frameworks that we support. So our developers not only have to come up with the design once for their application, they have to probably do it 2 or 3 times, because it's interpreted for different frameworks, and we want it to look the same. So that developer has triple the work, right? And so what would you do if you had triple the work, right? You would probably say, no, I'm not going to do that, right? It's illogical. And so, yeah, this is a result of some of these things, and we're trying to address that. But that's the situation. And I'm not, pointing fingers. This is just the state of open source. As I think mostly this is something that most of us can relate to, that happens. But when I take a 10,000-foot view for this, that's what I see, right? So we need to change that. And a couple of things in the space have happened over the past few years that have me particularly very excited. And maybe we can come closer to a more sustainable and scalable design to development model that we can implement. I mean, I'm not going to tell you this is like, the Rolls Royce of, process development, but I think at least I see a future a little bit easier for most of us. So we need to change this. For one thing, we need to make sure that we remove our developers from design. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I'm not saying like they're not good designers. I'm just saying that most of the times developers want they want the raw materials, but they don't want to think about what, for example, the house will look like, right? So because what you're interested in, if I'm getting this right, is you're interested in proposing some cool technology that will, 10x our ability, for example, to search for a file on a Linux machine, right? And now the results are quicker. But that comes at the cost of doing a whole lot more than just, implementing that. So in my mind, I think it makes the most sense to help developers implement their technical idea faster by removing the aspect of design from their process. I mean, if they want to be designers, by all means, we need more designers as well. But that would help them focus on so much more than just the technology and so many other things. So we need to change this aspect, and I'm going to show you how we did it, or how we tried to do it. So who of you here have heard about design systems? Okay, cool. So you know a little bit about it. So the bare bones idea about design systems is that they are a collection of graphical assets, sometimes interactive, that live in an application that allows you to organize all these graphics and then in a very smart way marry the world of development and design. So for example, at least for KDE, what we're working on today is in this thing called foundations. So at any level, Any design system begins with a collection of graphics that are, imagine it's the bricks in a house, right? The bricks that build your walls, the bricks that make the foundation. And in these bricks, you have to have enough variety of components so that you can build awesome stuff on top. So when we speak of foundations in a design system, we speak very much about things like color, spacing units, icons, blurs and shadows, and typography. Okay? Remember that. So when you have these elements, you want to make space for enough variety to allow a developer or a designer too, to just simply select and apply. And the values that each of these foundations contain are decided generally by a group of designers that say, hey, this is our brand identity. We're going to create a set of colors that represent us, but we're going to make enough shades of the color so that you can actually work with them a little bit easier and you can go up and down, left and right, whatever, right? And you can kind of tweak this. So with that in mind, I want to say maybe a year and a half ago, I was in one of our chats, like as we always do online in KDE, and somebody asked me, hey, wouldn't it be great if we change our base icon size from 22 to 24, right? Now, you're like wondering, why is that, right? Well, 22 is not a very standard size, right, anymore. Most sizes in this type of work, in foundational design system work, is based on multiples of 8, or at least 4. And 22 is not one of those, right? So what it means is that when we designed our icons, they were made for smaller screens with less resolution. And it has not aged well, right? Nowadays, with screens and scaling, they don't look quite right. And not only that, for a designer like me, I can't center anything. And if there's something that you'll find out that irks designers, is the fact that you just can't center something, right? If you cannot center something, it's wrong, okay? That's a sin in design world. So anyway, so I said, hey, whatever, I'll go ahead, I'll pick up your icon, and let me see if I can work on it. And I chose, and forgive me for saying this, but I chose a commercial application for this. But it was, at the time, what was available to us. And for the sake of practicality and the ability to scale this design, I started working on that. And very quickly I realized that I think I bumped into a bit of a gold mine, because there were so many things I could do that were not possible for our previous designers that made KDE what it was before. I mean, at least at version 5. And I got excited about this. But then I'll give you a redeeming quality. We already are working on an open source alternative for this, and I'll tell you more about it in a minute. But so, who here has heard of Figma before? What about PenPot? Very cool. All right, so very familiar. So that's what we're working. That's what we have. And so I started building the icons, and I said, sure, I'll just make some of them, and I'll tell you how that happens, how I feel about it, and then if I can take on the work. And it quickly became something very simple, actually, much more simple than what I was able to achieve in other applications like Figma, like Inkscape, and no shade to them, right? I love Inkscape. I used Inkscape for many years, but there are a few elements of design at scale that are not present in Inkscape that, you know, for anybody that wants to save a few clicks, that's very valuable. So I made some icons. I used a few, you know, design principles for them. And then I started investigating the world of design systems and how powerful they could be with tools like Figma and PenPot. So we built the foundations, and we took a design system that was available on the internet for free and tweaked it to be something a little bit more adjusted to what we want or what I would dream of KDE to be. So what did we work on? Well, we worked on colors, like I said. Who of you here have worked with Android color systems before? All right. I heard some people from GNOME that were working on this on a previous talk, so fantastic, good for you. So if you know anything about the color system in there, is that they use tokens, is that they use shades and swatches, right? And they usually have 100 colors for one color, for one primary color. So for example, if I choose blue in an Android system, the system will calculate 100 shades, so 50 to the right and 50 to the left, and 49 to the left, from the darkest shade of that color to the middle where your desired color is located, and then all the way back to almost 100% white. But the cool thing about it is that the system calculates that in a way that it's all within a color spatial curve that is correlated, right? So you might be thinking, well, why do you need so many colors, right? I've heard this question from KDE people as well. Why do you need so many? Like the system barely uses, like, you know, let's say 20 or 30 of them. Why do you need so many? Well, it's like insurance, right? It's for a rainy day. So for example, let's say that I choose a color that is not great, and when in practice I put it on the system, it just doesn't look good. When in an execution of an application or some shell or whatever it is, it's not what I dreamed of. And so now, instead of redoing and arbitrarily choosing a different color, we can just move the slider a little bit back or a little bit up, and we make it darker or lighter, and you can stay within that color family. And it's correlated, so now it all looks harmonious, right? So that's what we did. We created a system of colors that now has, you know, as you can see in some of these screenshots, some very specific values. They were calculated, and we did it in the style or the methodology that Android uses, not for anything in particular other than the fact that it's just good, like I said, insurance, right? It's just good for a rainy day. Then we selected a few color shades, and actually, you know, this is a little bit too bright over here, but like the one on the back, you can actually see what the colors look like as our primary colors. Oh, okay, sure. People are telling me that my microphone is not close enough. Okay, and so these are our colors, this palette right here. Then we worked on typography, and I'm sorry that the Y is like living there by itself, but the thing is that this is how it got rendered out of Google Slides. But same idea for fonts, right? Same idea. Now we have a series of display fonts with various levels, with like different tracking, with different scales. And we also have some textual fonts that you can use on the desktop and whatever other application you may want to have. So all in all, we went from like maybe like 6 typography levels to something like double or triple that. And again, insurance, right? So, for example, at least in typography, we have ideas around like, the font size, what it means in REM, although we don't use REM for KDE, but at least it's good ideas around, what most of the industry uses. We have concepts of line height, and then the tracking, especially for display fonts that are huge, like for TVs or, projectors and stuff like that, where, sometimes the fonts become too large and you need to like kind of get them closer. So this one you can barely see, but the shadows, again, shadow levels that you can parameterize, and you can put all of this in Figma and Penput. You can actually create a box and say this is a parameter, and then you can hand that over to a developer, and the developer will know exactly what was used for that shadow. Then we created a system of spacings. Now this is not too new, but again, in KDE, for example, we only have 4 spacings right now. And that's what it's all throughout our UI. And then, if we need more or less space, we do math on those spacing variables. Instead, I think what I'm proposing is that we have more specific variables and for spacings, and then we can just rely a little bit less on math, because that also can be a little convoluted, especially when you're reading the code. And then we created a few icons. This is where I started, right? Now, I shouldn't take the credit for myself. A lot of people that like this work joined me and created a lot of ideas around icons. And so we landed on something a little bit more rounded, a little bit more friendly, a little bit more sort of simplified. Because if there was another thing about our previous icons, is that they were not as simple. They needed to convey a lot of information. But again, as things have evolved, we have worked on different ideas around what every symbol means. And if you've done any kind of UI work, this is a ton of work. I think our 22 pixel collection had 1,600 icons. A ton, right? But through the help of many people and a lot of the powerful features of Penput and Figma, we were able to execute these very quickly. Especially because, I don't know if you know this little secret, but speaking specifically of just like graphical applications like Figma, you can say that, for example, this square is a component. So I'm going to repeat it here, and here, and here. And I just copy, paste, paste, and I just add some simple edits to it, right? So that's what allows you to sort of scale up. And not only that, that component, you can save it in a library, and the day that you decide that maybe the corner radius needs to be 4 pixels instead of 2, like we're doing here, you just change that. And all of these icons will change at once. Now, this concept is probably not new to developers, right? Like, you work with variables all the time. But for designers, like, you know how many clicks it takes to make all this? It's a ton, right? So carpal tunnel all along for all designers. So anyway, so that's what we have. And most recently, I'm going to show you later, but we created a monochrome library. And then most recently, a couple of months ago, we completed that work and moved up to the colorful library. So I made some color icons, and still very, very alpha in design-wise, but I hope you like it. So here's some of the results. Now, this is very monochrome. Of course, at this level, there should have been a colorful icon. So, but at least, for example, you can see that our sidebar and top now render these things. You should keep in mind, though, that in some of these, our icons are still 22 pixels. They're a little crunched. In other areas are centered, but by large, by far they're mostly 24 pixel renders. So this would be an idea of what Dolphin looks like. This would be an idea of what our system settings looks like. This would be an idea of what Discover would look like with the new icons. Ocular. This is GwenView, I think. And this is a preview, okay? Do not tell people that this is what KDE is gonna do. But this is basically what I've been working on most recently. And cool development, a big technical change, at least for us, is that in previous iterations of Qt, our designer system, we didn't have support for shadows or blurs, but now we do. And so, with that in mind, our icons actually here are using blurs and shadows. They're hardly, you can't see them really well rendered on a screen like this, but they do. And I didn't have to do any tricks with the way that the graphics were put together to render this stuff. So with that in mind, so we've been working on this. And so I would like to talk about what is the benefit of all this, right? What do you get with all this work? So for one, this is a little bit of what Figma and Penpot look like. They have just a sidebar with a bunch of variables that you can code in or set. And I can very easily export this in just a JSON file and say, here you go, developers, these are our foundations. Just, if you can publish them or put them in our code or make, these are the values, everything is in there. And at least as far as I know, I didn't have to compose a JSON file because I'm not a developer. I don't know how to do a JSON file. And so for me, all I did was just to move colors and values around, right? All graphical. And then this is the way that they interpret shadows, for example. Again, same idea. You give them names, names that mean something to developers and designers as well, and you name them in ways that seem a little bit easier. Again, all of this you can just export and pass on to somebody. Same idea for typography. And I don't know if you know this part, but for example, in this little edit, if one day we decide to change something, I could just go down to that variable and say, well, today we, don't want the regular size to be 20. We want it to be 22, 23, and we just change it there, and it changes everywhere. So whatever mockups have been made, they will update immediately. So what are some of the design principles that we're trying to use here? We're thinking of simplicity. I think if there's one thing that, KDE is known for is that we have a lot of options, right? So sometimes overwhelming, but we have a lot of options. And this is a challenge for us as designers, right? How do you put so much complexity in a way that regular people can use them, especially people who don't know the technology that goes behind it, right? And so some of these ideas were in my head for a long time, and I just thought, hey, if there are ways that, we can build the experience to be much better than it is today, it has to be something more familiar to people than what they, Have you ever heard of this principle in user experience that, most of the times users choose to be in somebody else's website or location? So what that means is basically that users don't spend most of their time with your system, they spend it outside of your system with other ways of interaction. Therefore, if you want to be similar and get people to stay in your system, you want to be familiar to them, right? because you can't assume that you're the primary system they use. And so with that in mind, one of the big pushes in this design work was to be more standard, right? And try to use concepts that are, more universal, that are understood across things. If you want to like a song, you put a heart on it, right? You don't put a square, right? So those ideas, right? And it turned out very, very nice. I'm happy for the work we've done, and there's a lot more to do, but I think it's already generated a lot of conversation around KDE and a lot of good, sort of leveling up of our ability to communicate with users. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is about, right? It's the ability to bring technology to everyday people. So that's how we worked on design systems. What do you think? So the design system is honestly just a collection of shapes based on CSS and that you can easily export, but to the developer, it's all code, and to the designer, it's all graphics. Perfect. Because I don't have to touch any code, and I can quickly give clear information to our designers. So let me see if maybe that could be the last one. Yeah. Okay. So what do we have next? Right now, we just had our Plasma Sprint in Austria, and I would say 90% of our icons are done. The rest, that's the last piece of the foundations that needs to be done, at least at the graphical side. Now comes the implementation side, where our developers are going to help us basically execute some of these things and build the bricks that will put our house together. We got some good work on the way. And then after that, we move into the world of components. Okay? So if you have worked in design systems before, you know that most of the times what happens is the designer gives you a component, right? They give you a list, they give you a window, a layout, some kind of thing that's graphical. On the back end, it's all coded, right? The same way that developers would use it. And you get just a very organized system of graphics, basically. Now, why am I saying that this is a scalable system? Because it doesn't depend on me, right? I don't have to be there for the design components to stay alive. In systems like Figma and PenPot, other designers can copy your library, use all of your foundations without the ability to modify them, so your designs are high fidelity. From the get-go, they're all coded in. And they can actually build their own UI to represent whatever they're working on, and then export it and give it to a developer. Now, of course, the developer doesn't get any of the functionality code in it, but at least the shell, the looks of it are ready to go. And because of that, of course, design systems require maintenance, but it's less burdensome on one person, and it's much easier when you have multiple designers that can actually do the work. If somebody has an idea, very much like we do in open source, if someone says, hey, you know what, your display font is just terrible, doesn't work, well, they can actually submit a request through the design system to me or to whoever owns the file to say, we want you to change the font. And I can decide whether to apply that change or not. Or I can test ahead of time and say, okay, sure, if you want me to make this display font higher or bigger, sorry, I can see the results and I can either accept or reject your change. Another cool thing that happens in design systems is that they are very transparent to users. I can very easily share just the whole icon file on the web, and people can go to it without an account and leave a comment on an icon or another graphical asset and say, there's something wrong with this, can you change it, can you, whatever. And so, do you see more or less where I'm going with this? Do you see how this is the basic problem with design most of the times, is that we are artistic people and we know very little about being organized. This better? Okay. We depend a lot on others to help us get organized. And we want to express our work in systems like, computer systems, but it's not as approachable to us. And so I feel like with this system, we can more easily become part of the conversation. And I'm hoping, in the distant future, KDE particularly can be a design-first type of entity, where our developers are not burdened by creating code first, but coming to designers or designer teams, or even taking the design system themselves, a copy of it, and building their own UI without worrying about whether this thing is going to be good or bad, because it's already set up for them. And then they can more easily execute their vision. So they spend less time designing, they spend more time executing. So I can see a bright future here. If you can see the vision with me, it's awesome. But what I'm saying is that, at least for open source particularly, we are working with PenPot, the open source alternative to Figma, to actually move our assets away from Figma and into PenPot eventually. They're still working on a few bugs that don't allow us to do this today, but they have assured us that in a couple of quarters, they're going to be ready to support us. So we're super excited for that. And at that point, we can start building this, communication tool for everybody. And I'm hoping that maybe, if for the people online or for you all here in the audience, you can see how this could be super beneficial, right? You can build a distributed design model using tools like this. And all it takes is just committed designers, as I know, GNOME already has, and other, other desktop interfaces, and just make it a little bit more self-sustaining, less burdensome, and adapted to the ability for each volunteer to help with. So with that in mind, thank you so much. This has been the talk. Hope you like it. Thank you so much. Is it working now?
So, any questions from the audience? Please raise your hands. In the meantime, I'm also checking online if there are people from home that want to ask any questions to Andy. Please feel free to send them in the chat.
I think I see a couple of hands over there.
Hi, thank you for the talk, appreciate it. Really like hearing the use of sort of PenPot. I know part of one of its core features, it uses for the file form, I believe is SVG as core to it, which is very, very appealing. Have people been using mostly Figma transitioning to PenPot, or have been using PenPot? And if using PenPot, is there any particular features or things that are missing or would be ideal to have that will better support the work of KDE, or is everything you need already there, so to speak? Yeah,
and not being someone from the PenPot team, I understand some things about their limitations today. For example, they relied primarily on the SVG renderer provided by browsers, and they're all different. And this led to a lack of performance in PenPot. For example, very simple case, I copy-pasted 1,600 icons into Figma. Figma organized them, spaced them, made a table with them in 2 seconds. PenPot, unfortunately at the time, put 1,600 icons, layers, one on top of each other, and it never finished. It made my browser hang. And so they know this is not news to them, and because of that, they actually decided to use WebAssembly for the front display where you work all the graphics. And that's their primary objective now, to actually transition their system from the SVG renderer provided by browsers into WebAssembly so they can use more resources from the computer more directly and not worry about what the browser gives you or doesn't give you. So that's one limitation that they had, and unfortunately made it very, very difficult for us to start clicking, render, and you know how frustrating it can be when you just can't move this node the way that you need it to. And then other little things for example, and we have reported all this, for example, shape unions. You know, if you have a path-only circle, and then you have a filled circle, if you want to do a union Boolean operation with that, you can't do it. Both of the shapes will turn into paths, so there will be no fill. On Figma, no problem. There's just a path and a shape, and they're all together. I don't know how they do it, but it works. And then another one that we struggle with, if you notice, our icons now have little rounded corners, whereas before they used to be sharp corners. Unfortunately, PenPot can't render those when you use path-only shapes. And then added to the fact that you can't union them, you can't parameterize them, it's just we can't execute the same icon. We would have to jump through a lot of hoops, but they know this. We submitted it. We have people from PenPot in our Plasma Next channel in Matrix that they tell us immediately when a new version comes out. In fact, PenPot most recently made their 2.6 version where they included a famous plugin for Figma called Token Studio. Token Studio is kind of a supercharged token library maker for Figma, but now it's natively integrated into PenPot. So from the get-go, you have all these other abilities to create more parameters for a lot more graphics and for a lot more ideas that you have. And that's because the creator of PenPot Studio Token Studio loves PenPot, so he wants to move all his work there. So great things are happening, and I'm excited for it. PenPot is doing great. It's just the move from SVG renderer on browser to WebAssembly is a huge task, and it's going to take him a few months to get it done. Yeah, but that's the only reason.
Good, yeah. Quick question about, could you see it integrating with OpenQA? Because I know Jonathan sometimes will get bug reports from, some different uses there before he even catches it. And I know that with font changes, sometimes we'll get errors within OpenQA.
Yes, so good question. So my understanding is that at least in PenPot, you're able, this is just a JSON file. So whatever design you have in graphically, you can export it as a JSON file, and you can potentially put it in a GitHub repo, GitLab in our case, and you can actually run checks on it. You can just do whatever tools you have for QA, and you can just make sure that it's good. Whether the checks are, how do I say it, whether the checks apply or not, it's important to know something. For example, most recently, I just received a bug report that one of my icons in in the icon system doesn't follow the color rules that we have in KDE. But to me, the change is to just make sure that that icon is using the color parameter that I set, right? But maybe in code, your QA thing will say, well, in this line, I was looking for this color name, and I found something else, so I'm going to tell you that that's wrong, right? So your QA systems may be good alert systems, but the fixes sort of belong more on the realm of the graphics side. But yeah, absolutely. You can export this thing. You can put it somewhere. In fact, people could very potentially, and this is something that people have told us, is that you could very easily like pinpoint at the code and say, hey, there's something wrong here, and we want you to change it, and you could. Yeah, which is actually a paid feature on Figma. So in Figma, you can actually, I don't know if you've heard of developer mode, but you can turn on a toggle. I pay for it, but that's why I can see it. But otherwise, you can't see it. On PenPod, that will be transparent to everyone. So no paid feature on the side of development. So developers can go there and see a developer-oriented render of our graphics, basically. Yep.
Any other questions from the room? Then we have a question online. Just give me a second. So back in earlier 2010s, seeking help usually would seek help usually by blasting in mailing lists, which is not a thing in today's community. What if we do sort like bulletin or sticky posts on Discourse to gain help from other developers, contributors?
Well, I guess that depends. That changes per community, right? Because every community works in a different way. They communicate through different channels. At least for KDE, we use Matrix, and to some extent, Telegram. Our mailing system is over the years has become less and less used. So we like to have that direct communication more often, and then since most of our work is on GitLab, you can actually leave comments on GitLab. But whether we would want, as a community, to move away from stuff like that and then sort of jump into places like Discord for whatever reason, I wouldn't say that that's up to me. It's more of a community-wide type of change and shift. I think the only difference with this design system based on Figma and PenPod is that regular people, everyday people can just get a link for our design file, and they can just go there directly without any accounts and leave comments so that we can work on something a little bit more graphical. And maybe by that you skip something like, a merge request on GitLab, which is not as approachable to everybody. But I'm not saying that we are trying to change the way we communicate, because this type of method has no bearings on development. Figma is nothing about development. It's all about graphical representation. So I would say that depends on the culture at your particular community, and if there is willingness to do that, that's not up to me.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Online, I see people haven't sent any other questions. Well, feel free to either send questions later and Andy can take a look in the chats, or, of course, people in presence here can just reach out and talk to him. We have not a 5-minute break, but we have 5 minutes time if you'd like to grab some water, and then we are going to continue with both tracks, and we have 2 talks in parallel. See you in 5 minutes.
Tester. Test. Hi. No, it does not work anymore. The slides are not going. Now. Hi. I will talk about the packaging methods which we are applying at Open Printing, so that we have sandbox distribution independent packaging. So the motivation is the following. We have several the distros, and the distros they have their own packaging method. Most of them are somehow derived from Red Hat or Debian, and so they have RPM or Debian packaging. But these packages are they are specific to a certain distro and to a certain version of it, because the packages contain only usually some software itself and not the dependencies. The dependencies are in other packages, and each distro version has naturally different libraries and desktop versions and so on, and therefore they are highly dependent on the distribution. And this is also these packages, they are created by maintainers of the distribution. So to get new versions into the distribution, one is highly dependent on the goodwill of the maintainers of this distribution. And also we have the case that when you have a certain distribution, if you want to have the most end user, the ones which are really done for the end users, these are more the long-term support distributions, and they then have a release cycle of 2 years or so. And with this, components are 2 years old, and so it is not very easy to get the newest software in. And when you compare this with your smartphone, you see that in the smartphone you have the App Store and you can always install the newest applications. And so at Open Printing, we want to give the possibility to our users that they can get access to the newest software more quickly, especially if you have a printer which needs a printer driver, legacy or specialty printer. Then you could depend on new versions of the printer driver, and then you would like to install the newest version of the printer driver, which your distro is perhaps not providing. But we at Open Printing are providing printer drivers inside the printer application packages, and we are frequently updating them. And so you have more easily the newest drivers there. And another thing is, sometimes you perhaps will also want to have the newest cups, which we can also provide directly from Open Printing, when your distro does not provide it, and therefore we need, and for this we do distribution independent packaging. And what's on? What happened? What is happening with the image? Yes, we are now without the slides for some minutes, but what I want to say is that to solve the problem, more of the motivation of this problem, perhaps one or another has already heard yesterday from Jordan with the dilemma of distribution packaging. We solve the problem also with distribution independent sandboxed packaging. But we are not using Flatpak, as cups is a daemon, and the printer driver packages are also daemons. They are emulations of driverless IPP printers, and these are also daemons. And daemons you cannot Flatpak. And therefore we use other distribution methods, other sandboxed packaging methods. And one of them is Snap. What is that? Now we know why we don't have the images, because it seems that in the director's room they use the wrong operating system. And yes, and so then, yes, we have, it comes back. We use Snap. This is a sandboxed packaging system. It's more universal. It can not only package desktop applications, but also system components, daemons, even the kernel, and so you can make a Snap-only operating system. And we also use OCI containers. We create OCI container images, which you can install. This gives additional flexibility, as once there are distributions which do not support Snap or do not support very well Snap, or you have server environments where it simply fits in better to work with OCI containers. So we are also making OCI containers. And perhaps also app image we will also not use because it has no security concept and is also not good for system applications. And now we come to Snap. My colleague Soumya Deb Ghosh, who is part of the Snap Crafters, an organization making snaps of applications where the upstream is not snapping them. And so he has experience in snapping, at least desktop applications, and he will explain now, give now an introduction into Snap. So, Soumya Deb, do you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yes,
I
we
can
hear you.
Till.
Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone. Till has already introduced about me. I'm Soumya Ghosh, part of Snap Crafters and Ubuntu community. So, do I need to share my screen or like the slides are already visible to the audience? Yeah, thank you. So let's talk about snaps. Like, what are snaps? We all have Android apps. We all have used Android apps, and you have the idea of how they work, how Google Play Store you go, or any other, or if Droid or this kind of Play Store, this kind of stores you go. There's one centralized store. You go download apps and just use it from there. So Snap is a similar solution for desktop. A plus point of snaps is that first of all, it works on any distribution, on any Linux distro that's available, and also it's secure. It's secure in the sense that it's completely immutable. That is the apps itself, that those are completely immutable, and you cannot really like this is the security part. I'll talk about it in the next slide, but it's basically like this is what we call sandbox packaging. These apps runs in their own security shells. There is a completely separate isolated shell that the apps run. And as said before, the snap store is the centralized store having the complete control towards which snaps are allowed, which snaps are not, and thus the plugs or the like permissions that these snaps use are also controlled by snap store. Like for example, if some snap wants to use something related to system or related something to system that is not really very secure, those are not always explicitly granted by the snap store, and the users may need to manually connect to the permission, or maybe the developer needs to go to the forum and request for an auto connection, and that's how the security interface, the security system is defined. And of course, the plugs which or the permissions that I'm talking about, what are these? Like these are very well curated, very well defined interfaces. Like for example, desktop plug. The desktop plug gives access to various different files that are needed for a desktop snap to work. Like for example, for an example, like a recent introduction which I fixed for the KD snaps was to be able to read the KD globals file in .config. So that's given access by the desktop plug. The GTK related files, the dconf related files, all these access are given by the desktop plug. That's how these plugs or these interfaces are defined within Snapd. Come to the next slide. Next slide, yes. So what are these snap files? Like these snaps are basically GPG key assigned by GPG key, and these are read-only file systems. These are read-only squash-face file systems that are actually mounted in your system during the boot up. So you don't actually have like the snaps when you download a .snap file. It gets downloaded in your system, and then you install it. It installs as a loopback file system within your current setup. So like it never really extracts the file. So the size of the snap is exactly what's the size of the snap when you download it. There is no extra size. There is nothing extra when you need it. And all the metadata that the snap has, these are always like these are already within the snap in a snap.yml file, or sometimes manifest.yml file, depends on how the snap is being built. But generally, all the metadata are about the snap are written in a YAML file. And like as Steele already said before, that there are different kind of snaps. Like for example, a base snap that's basically kind of a wrapper. Like it contains everything. The application snaps, which we generally use around for general purpose use cases, we generally do this kind of snaps. And of course, OS snaps, the Ubuntu core, for example, the gadget OS core snaps, gadget snaps, kernel snaps. That's how we in Ubuntu core we are able to snap the complete kernel. And of course, desktop stations, we have been able to create GNOME and KDE desktop stations with it as a snap. And as Steele said again, demons, we have snaps for them too. And one of the best things about snaps is its snapshot capability. Like for example, you have an update of Firefox. You are like a lot of your work are around Firefox, and you need to make sure that the next update is very stable and secure, and obviously works for everything. Like if for every purpose that you use your snap, the next version works perfectly for all of and perfectly serves all the purposes that you use the app. So you update it and you saw that okay, this thing is not working in this version. You can easily roll back to your previous version to your previous to the previous revision of the Firefox snap and get your complete, like, get the app just like it was before the update. One of the best things, one of the like best features about Snap. And yeah, binary dips, like, this is something that really helps about whenever there is this new update. So instead of downloading the complete binary from the store, what Snapd does, it calculates the binary diffs, it calculates the deltas, and it downloads those necessary changes, and thus it really helps with reducing the bandwidth, with reducing the files that need to be downloaded, that need to be stored. And regarding regarding availability in distros, well, of course, Ubuntu has support for it by default from 14.04. Other than Ubuntu, Snaps is supported in Debian, KDE Neon, Manjaro, and Zorin, and various other distros. There are multiple distros that currently support Snaps, and various other distros also the support is worked on. Next slide, please. So how the Snap confinement works, like how Snap is able to confine all the files and all. So the first layer of confinement is AppArmor. That's where all these rules of reading this file, accessing this debug, or accessing this binary, or accessing something from the system is permitted, like, or given. Like, for example, as I said before, in my previous example, I talked about the desktop plug that allows Snaps to read gconf related files or KDE's theme related files. These permissions are given by AppArmor. Every single snap that is installed in your system, except the classic snaps, there is always a AppArmor profile that is generated by Snapd based on the plugs that are defined within the Snaps manifest. So based on those defined plugs that are in the snap, the Snapd generates this AppArmor profile, and it installs in your system. So every single snap has its own well-defined AppArmor profile. Next comes to seccom that like restricts which system call is allowed and which is not. So one might often notice that some random system calls are being restricted inside Snap. So that's due to the seccom profiling. And of course, separate namespaces. Every single snap has its own separate namespaces. So own PID, its own PID, its own resources. Everything of its completely separated from the actual system. And now this is a very interesting thing that many talks about Snap, that snaps can be run as root and it's insecure and all. Yes, snaps can be run as root, but it cannot break the package confinement, like, because there is no need for a specific user or for a specific group to be set up for the snaps to work as root. And this is like the perfect example of this are the daemon snaps, which Till will talk about in later. And in my previous slide, I told about binary difference. I told about how snaps are mounted and not extracted in your system. So this comes to a part where, like, the images are always compressed after installation. The squashFS file systems are always compressed after installation. Maybe it can use the exe compression or the L0 compression, depending on the compression that is generally defined inside the Snapcraft's manifest. It's in general, the L0 compression is now preferred over the exe compression, and that's why a lot of less of storage is being used. And another thing that helps the storage being like the storage efficiency is with the core snaps. Core snaps are the base providers that contains all these glibc files, all these very necessary dependencies that every single app needs to run. And this is something that was later introduced to help as a dependency system, but also not create a hell of a dependency. So these are called contained snaps. So these are basically snaps that just has the libraries, and these snaps provide slots to connect. And when connected, these contained snaps are mounted within those application snaps that are trying to consume these contained snaps. And these libraries then can be shared between n number of snaps, and that's how one can easily create shared library for any library or any binary. Like for example, at Snapcrafters we have created shared libraries for WebKit GTK. We have created shared libraries for FFmpeg, and this has really helped a lot of snaps being like super storage efficient. Like within 5-6 MBs we are able to snap a app that is using WebKit or that is using FFmpeg, because this FFmpeg and WebKit libraries, these are being shared by multiple snaps installed in your system, so less storage being used. And now we are going to talk about how the cup snap works. So next slide please. So yeah, so basically the cup snap, it works via these well-defined interfaces that are defined within a snap's manifest. So cups has a lot of plugs defined as well as slots. So what are plugs? A plug has to be connected with a slot of the system or another snap. Like the cup snap itself exposes a lot of slots. So and other snaps connects with this slot. Other snaps define plugs that connects with these slots in order to communicate with cups. So what are these plugs? Like these are as explained before. These are very well defined AppArmor profile. These are very well defined AppArmor rules, and of course like these are mediated through Snapd. So plugs, snap like safe interfaces which doesn't really harm much. Like for example, the cups plug that just lists the available printers in your system, and these kind of plugs are auto connected whenever you download your snap from the Snap Store. And then comes the dangerous interfaces. So, for example, cups control, or for example, password manager service. These kind of plugs, they are something that is kind of destructive. Like using this kind of plugs, destructive things can be done in your system. Like for example, if a snap gets access to your passwords that you don't want, that's not really something. Like for example, a malicious snap gets access to your passwords, or a malicious snaps removes printers from your system that you would not want, right? So you would like to give like to give those permissions to those snaps that you really trust, or the store itself, store team trusts, and the publisher is being vetted by the store team. And that is where the manual connection comes into the picture, and the permission of these snaps are like maintained and controlled by the snap store team to allow which snap will get the auto connection and which snap will not be given this auto connection. So yeah, next slide please. So now coming to the cup snap. So cup snap is basically the complete immutable printing stack of the cups ecosystem. Like it contains all the necessary components: cups filters, GhostScript, QPDF, cups browser D, all this every single important components of the printing architecture is snapped within one single snap, that is packed within one single snap, that is cups. So the cup snap provides these two slots, that's cups and cups control. So as explained before, cups is basically the cup slot needs to be like whenever a consumer snap wants to consume the cup slot to list the available printers, to read the list of available printers, it needs to connect with this slot that is provided by the cup snap. And there are various different plugs that the cup snap uses to communicate with systems, like the network interface, like the network bind interface, raw USB interface to read all the printers that are connected by USB, and a Y control, and the system user and system group. Like instead of using the default LP as the group, the snap daemon is used as a part of the Snapd's sandboxing methods of mitigating the root user group, which will be explained by Till later in later slides. Next slide, please. So cups control gives a full admin access to the cup setup. Like cups control, as I explained before, like you can remove, add any parenter to the current queue, and the snap mediation where the like cubs t allows the admin access of from a snap only to its only when it like when the snap is plugging with cubs control plug. And this plug is that's why like this plug that's why is considered dangerous, because it has the capability of doing destructive things in your system. So that's why this will not be auto connected whenever snap uses this plug, and it needs to be the auto connected permission auto connect permission is need to be requested in the snapcraft forum. And the cubs interface, like this is the printing only access to the cubs backend. So this interface, by this you can just print, and nothing destructive can be done through this interface. This also requires snap mediation to work, and that's why we currently force the use of cub snap, like using because the snap mediation is done. This is very secure to be like to print. This is very a secure method to print, and that's why this plug is always auto connected. So more on the club snap will be explained by Till. So over to you, Till.
So now Soumya Deb has explained what Snap is and how the Cup Snap, the currently available Cup Snap, which is of Cups 2.x, is working, and Cups 3.x is under development. The libcups for Cups 3.x is nearly ready, and by the end of the year also we will have the new Cups daemons for Cups 3.x. And Cups 3.x, the main differences are, once Cups 3.x does not support classic printer drivers and PPDs anymore. It is IPP only. Only driverless IPP printers are supported. And the other thing is that the Cups daemon is not one daemon anymore. There will be a local server, which is a user daemon, means it runs as the user who is logged in with a desktop. And this daemon is only for local printing. It discovers the IPP printers on the network and on the local machine also, and makes them available. And you can print with, for example, with your desktop applications or with the LP command, you can print locally. And then there's another daemon, the sharing server. This is a system daemon running as root and opening the port 631. It is for sharing printers. So if you want to share a local printer so that other people on the network can use it, then you need the sharing server. So we have the two servers, so most users will only have the local server installed, so they do not open a port on the network. They have not this extra process running as root. And now for the snapping, this means we do not have one cup snap anymore. We have two cup snaps. One cup snap will be for the sharing server. This will probably directly be derived from the current cup snap, because our current cups daemon is a system daemon sharing printers, and so it is probably the easiest way for the sharing server cup snap to use the current one and continue it as the sharing server one. The local server will be a little bit different, as it is a user daemon, which could probably run in two modes. One mode would be on login it is started, on logout it will get stopped. And the other would be that one can trigger it. And Mike Sweet is also adding to the possibility to access it. The local daemon will once be accessible as before by a Unix domain socket, but Mike plans that in addition it will be accessible by dbus, and so one could trigger it, probably with both modes. One could trigger it on demand, so that it's not actually running normally, but when a user wants to access printers, then the request coming from the application to list the printers to print a job will start the local CUPS daemon, and when the print job is done after a certain timeout, the local CUPS daemon will stop automatically. We must see what is better for the snapping and how much a permanently running local server of CUPS will need of resources. And then we need and then the snapping, the creation of the snapgraph.yaml file of the helper scripts and so on for the snaps. This is also managed on Open Printing's GitHub. Currently it is managed in the separate repository named cups-snap, but we are looking into soon moving it into the CUPS, into the CUPS upstream repositories itself, either already with CUPS 2.5 or at the step at the transition to CUPS 3. So now when we want to switch to the CUPS snap as the print environment of our system. For example, we want to have a system, an operating system, where we have always the newest print environment from upstream and are independent of the distro maintainers. Or we have an operating system which does not come with a print environment. There, one possibility is to install the CUPS snap, and the CUPS snap provides the print environment for the system. And for this to work, one has to take some things into account. One thing, the CUPS snap, the CUPS installation of the CUPS snap is done by an immutable file system, a read-only file system. You cannot add files to it, so you cannot add a driver. You cannot put into the file system of CUPS, you cannot put a driver filter and a PPD file. So with this, we get in a similar situation as we would also get with CUPS 3.x. We cannot add classic printer drivers. So we have, as we have for CUPS 3.x, we have to use printer applications, which are emulations of driverless IPP printers as drivers. Printer applications are available for all the free software drivers, so it should be no problem, at least for all the free software drivers. They are all in the Snap Store, and when you have decided to use the CUPS snap as your CUPS for the system, then it's also no problem to install printer application snaps to get drivers if you have an old printer. And we have drivers for around 10,000 printer models. The ones which come typically with Linux distributions, they are all in 4 printer application snaps available in the Snap Store. If we have a driver which is not under these which are available as printer applications, or for example it's a proprietary driver which we cannot redistribute at Open Printing, there is an application named Legacy Printer Up, which is part of the repository Puppel Retrofit, and this application looks into the classically installed system. The legacy printer must be classically installed, you cannot snap it, looks into the classically installed system, whether there are classic printer drivers, and maps them into a printer application. So these classic printer drivers, which are classically installed on the system, are available then as printer application, and so the snapped CUPS can use them. And another thing is, if you have a printer setup tool and you have the snapped CUPS, You can, due to the fact that the snap cups cannot use classic printer drivers, but has to use print application, the add printer functionality of the printer setup tools does not work when you use the cup snap. But due to the fact that we are soon having cups 3.x, we are naturally already working on making the printer setup tools supporting printer applications. And another thing is the cups for the print dialogues, the cup snap is no problem. So because the cups browse-D, which takes care that IPP printer, one problem we had with the print dialogues and cups can use an IPP printer in the network without you creating a queue. Cups would create a temporary queue. But such printers, many print dialogues do not list because they use the wrong API of cups. And therefore, years ago already, I've created cups browse-D, which automatically creates permanent print queues in cups for every IPP print destination which is detected on the network. And with this, then the printer applications list all printers automatically. And the cup snap of cups 2.x, which we have, contains cups browse-D, so you see no difference on print dialogues, they just work with the cup snap. And Snap has one special thing. One can make an all-snap distro. This distro exists. This is Ubuntu Core. In this distro, where the kernel is a snap, the base system, so the basic utilities and so are snap, the boot system, the systemd and grub are another snap, and the applications are also in snaps. This was originally created for IoT and for servers, and currently is under development to create also an Ubuntu Core desktop, so Ubuntu Core with a desktop. And such distros, they would naturally use the cup snap to be able to print. And to do this, first, for having the complete printing stack, we need the cup snap. We need the IPP USB snap. This is to support IPP over USB. If you have a modern driverless printer and connect it by USB, it is not only driverless on the network, but also driverless on USB. When it is connected, when it connects via the IPP USB daemon, and then you see the printer's then the printer appears as a network printer on localhost port 60,000. And we also need, but this snap is not completed yet, the CPDB cups backend snap. This is a snap which contains a backend so that modern print dialogues can communicate with cups. And then, and with this, we have everything for driverless IPP printing. And for drivers, if we have an old printer or a specialty printer, we use printer application snaps, which are all in the Snap Store, as I told earlier. And so, and applications in such a distro, they have to plug the cups interface to be able to print. They could also use the common print dialog backends as soon as we have the CPDB cups backend snap already. But snaps can also use the portals. So they can also print through the XDG desktop portal, because this portal can also open the print dialog from the desktop. And so they also print this, can also print this way. But we are always we always recommend that an application snap should support all these methods, because this gives most safety that with very many different desktop environments and even without a desktop the application can print. And then we have the printer setup tools, and they have to plug the CUPS control interface, as the CUPS control interface allows to create print queues, to remove print queues, and to modify them, and so on. And so we have now the printer applications. When you have a printer driver, I have already told that we cannot add a printer driver.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. We have started the break, and like the time should have been over.
One thing is, it was told me that I can, or is the 40-minute time already?
Yeah, that's the 40-minute exactly. I'm sorry.
So yes. So should we? Perhaps yes. Now I did not come to the OCI containers, but if somebody has any questions.
I see that you still have like at least like 10 slides or something like that. Maybe you can continue the conversation in the coffee break, and if people online are interested, please feel free to send questions in the chat, and maybe you can continue the discussion about this. I'm so sorry to interrupt it, but otherwise people won't be able to get some coffee.
Yes. Another thing is also, nobody was here has shown the 10-minute sheet.
If you'd like to at least conclude what you were saying, of course you can. Of course you can do that.
Yes. One thing which I wanted to tell is that we also do OCI containers, which is another form of distribution-independent packaging, sandbox packaging. But this is something which is not so easy to use as Snap, as the permissions you have to define by the command line to start the OCI container. It is not built in as in Snap, but it works on more systems, because not all systems work with Snap. For example, for the security, Snap needs AppArmor. But with this, for example, you can install the printer application packages on most of the immutable distros, and also on servers, for example. And at Open Printing, we have also done, and we are shortly before publishing it, OCI container images of all components. And yes, here you see the very long and complex command line. You should write a script if you need OCI containers. And one thing is, as I said, Flatpak does not package daemons. There is some effort by Christian Hergert to Flatpak daemons, but they came up that systemd needs some changes, and these changes, I don't know whether they will be done or whether or not, and so on. And only then system components can be flat-packed. And then at Open Printing we will do that too. Yes, that's it.
Hi, my name is. Hi, my name is.
So, welcome back, everybody. Our next presentation will be a remote one. It will be about bringing your app to GNOME Circle by Alireza Shabane. Hopefully, Alireza will be able to join us remotely later for the questions, if we have any questions from the public. But for now, we hope you enjoy his presentation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alireza. I'm from Iran, and I want to talk about bringing your app to GNOME Circle. So, a little about me. I do programming, mostly in Python, and I'm a programmer. I also make music, and I play piano. I used to be a graphic designer, and I love Severance and also Daft Punk. These are my interests and what I do. So why this presentation can be interesting to you if you like open source in general or free software in general, or if you like GNOME Circle or you have even heard about it, or if you like GNOME, open source communities, this talk might be interesting. One day my brother told me about open source, or better to say open source communities. So I've searched about them, and I found some open source communities that I know and I've heard the name, or I use the application or the software that they give us. So I found this list that we have big softwares here, and they are all communities that provide lots of different applications. We have KDE, we have Python Foundation, we have Ubuntu, and Mozilla or Firefox. And also in the center of all of them, we have GNOME. And I was searching that why joining an open source community and contributing to open source community might be beneficial. And I found this list, they are mostly reputation wise. And so all this list is kind of about reputation, but different aspects of it. So I found the first one, reputation. So generally, you can put the name of that open source community that you're working on your LinkedIn or even on your resume, and it looks good on your resume, and also it brings you reputation. It's also fun, all the discussions that you have. You are a volunteer, and other people that are working in that community, that they're developing software in that community, they are also volunteers. So you're both volunteers. You want the app to develop, you want the app to get better, and you will have lots of discussions about what to do, what to improve, and they're all fun discussions. They all are valuable. So these are the discussions that I had. And also, there's a community. And I will talk about why developing an app in a community, why joining this community might be beneficial. But one of them is that there are lots of experienced people. There are lots of great, generous, humble people, and mostly in GNOME that I've been involved with. And there are lots of experienced ones that they have been working in great tech companies that you can get, help from, you can get guidance from. So between all of them, GNOME was the most interesting one for me at that point. So I started looking out and seeing what GNOME provides, how can we contribute. And first of all, GNOME is a desktop environment. It's very good looking, modern, beautiful, and that's the desktop environment, and that's the look that you will have when you first install Ubuntu as your distro. And this is how GNOME Shell looks. So GNOME Shell is basically all the things that we do. We handle the windows, we see the volume sliders, the clock, the applications, all of them happen in GNOME Shell. If your desktop environment is GNOME, of course. And GNOME, of course, comes with a bunch of applications that we will talk about them as well. One of them is GNOME Shell that we see, and other ones like the calendar, like the clock. And here's other desktop environments as well. Like this is KDE, and here's a history of desktop environments. So there are lots of ways that we can contribute to GNOME, or generally make GNOME better. We can contribute code, we can contribute, technical contribution. We can do design, make GNOME look better. We can help with translation, make it accessible to more people. We can write documentations and also create content and maintain your websites. And these are lots of ways that we can contribute. So, if you know one of them, we can start contributing and making GNOME better. And when we contribute enough, or better to say, when we contribute significantly, we can get GNOME Foundation membership. So this is a list of all the GNOME Foundation members till now. And I will talk about why becoming a GNOME Foundation member can be good for you. It has all the things that I said about the reputation, about that it looks good on your resume, and about that it's a fun process. And we'll talk about the membership benefits itself more. Like one of them is that they will give you an alias to a new email with gnome.org. Like you can get your nickname @gnome.org as your email. So that's a good thing for your reputation. And also you can have your own blog at blogs.gnome.org. So you can write on GNOME's infrastructures, and they will provide you a WordPress website. And also the contents that you write, the articles that you write, they can be on Planet GNOME, which is something that collects all the articles about GNOME, and you can ask for it, and lots of people will find you from there, and your article can be advertised. And also cloud.gnome.org, which is a Nextcloud instance on GNOME's infrastructure that you can do your GNOME-related stuff there. And also travel sponsorship, which I will talk about it later. But basically, you can ask from GNOME that they sponsor your travel to GNOME-related events, or the events that GNOME hosts, GNOME co-hosts, or the events that you want to talk about something GNOME related. They will sponsor all of them, probably. And also GNOME Circle. So we've talked about GNOME and also GNOME Foundation membership perks, and another amazing thing that GNOME has is GNOME Circle. So basically, it's an initiative that brings new applications to GNOME's ecosystem. And basically, we have two application parts in GNOME. One is GNOME Core Apps, which is the things that we know, like the GNOME's calculator, the clocks, terminal, or camera, calendar. All these stuff are GNOME Core Apps that GNOME needs. GNOME develops it, GNOME maintains it. And we have GNOME Circle apps. These are the apps that GNOME doesn't necessarily ask for them. These apps are made by developers, independent developers, voluntarily. And if they follow the GNOME Circle app criteria, they can become part of the GNOME Circle apps. So this is a cool thing. And these are all the applications that we currently have on GNOME Circle. And I will talk about some of them as examples. The way that GNOME Circle works is that you make an application, you submit your application gets reviewed, and if it gets accepted, your application becomes part of the GNOME Circle, and also you are qualified for GNOME Foundation membership. So you could get GNOME Foundation membership from enough contributions, code contributions, design contributions, and also if your app gets accepted at GNOME Circle, you can become a GNOME Foundation member as well. So, what are the basic app criteria that your application should have to become part of the GNOME Circle? It should be made by GTK and libadwaita, which is the technologies that GNOME provides you that make your app UI look good, modern, and beautiful, and also unified. So, Adwaita and GTK. And also, there are other app criteria that I will talk about some of them, but these are the basic ones. So let's talk about some of the applications that we have on GNOME Circle as examples, so that you know what applications get accepted. What application that we have, because lots of applications can get accepted. First of all, is Ambra, which is a music player that looks fantastic. And another one is Chess Clock, which you can track the time of your playing with your friends when you want to play chess. So that's it. And fretboard, which when you want to play guitar, you have to take your hands on specific strings in specific positions. So fretboard helps you to do that. And binary, which is an application that helps you convert numbers between bases. So now we know that lots of applications get accepted in GNOME Circle from lots of different ideas, and also some of them are music related, some of them are mathematical related, some of them are entertainments, and also games. And you might have an idea. So when I started using Linux, there were lots of applications that was missing for me. For example, I wanted some specific thing that I couldn't find. Like currently, I need a VPN client that supports all the weird configurations and VPNs that we use in Iran because of the censorship and the sanctions. So that's one thing that I need myself. Or for example, you might need a download manager that has a good design and does what you want the way that you want. So you may have an idea, or you may have multiple ideas about your application that you want to develop. Since I make some music, I always had this idea of bringing music production to Linux, make it easier, help it. And I had this idea of making a synthesizer, or maybe something like a drum machine. This is how drum machine used to look, but if we just search about drum machine and find online versions of it, it kind of looks like this. So it has some vertical lines, that you can say which drum part you want to be played at which time, and you can make rhythm with that. Like if you put kick, a snare, kick, and a snare, you will get a boom pa kind of sound. So that's how the machine works basically, and these are all how they look online. Some of the instances. So I was, eager to do it. I loved this idea, and I started doing some sketches. I started drawing literally that how I want my app to look like, and I drew this. So don't judge me. I was excited, and also I'm not good at doing sketches, but that was what I did. And I had this idea. I was excited to do that, and I started developing. So what I did, what I did was I installed GNOME Builder. Now, what is GNOME Builder? GNOME Builder helps you create applications for GNOME. Basically, it provides you templates. It makes some basic stuff that you need when you want to start making an app for GNOME. It imports the basic stuff, and it gives you a hello world, like something that you can just have it and then start modifying on it and doing the changes that you want for your own application. And I started working, and I made this. So what is the first thing that you will face is that you should start working with GTK and libadwaita. And this was the hard part for me, because I didn't have any experience of developing applications, desktop applications specifically. So the hard part was making the UI itself using GTK and libadwaita. So I made this. It didn't have any backend. It just looked like this. I started making it better, and also I made this. So it has a playhead now. It connects to the backend. It makes some sound, and that was good. But it wasn't enough. I needed a better look. I needed more drum parts. Like it has now only 3 drum parts: kick, snare, and hi-hat. So I started developing it, and it was a long process. But I didn't have any screenshots of how my app used to look at that time. So the next step was my application started looking like this. So that looks great for now. And it has lots of drum parts. I added some features like loading presets, saving presets, some default presets. The volume works, the BPM, beats per minute. It worked now. And that was good. So I started reading the app criteria of GNOME Circle, which is a little bit scary at first, but it really has some good standards. And the first one that is the most obvious one is that your application should have dark mode and light mode, and they both should work. So because my application had some custom CSS and custom colors, like it was purple, GTK couldn't handle it itself. So if your application just follows the default looking, it might work without any modification. But I had to make it look good in light mode as well. So this is how I made it and how it used to look. And also that's the sound that it made at that time. I think it's stopped. Okay, now it's fine. All right, so it was just making sound. It has light mode, dark mode on. Most of the app criteria checkpoints were filled, and the apply here button for GNOME Circle, it looked very tempting. But I found that I'm missing something, and that's that my application should be available on FlatHub. So what is FlatHub? You might see this page, or you might have been downloaded or installed some applications from FlatHub. FlatHub is a Linux app store, basically. And you can install lots of cool applications there. That your application, the application that you will install, are in Flatpak. So what is Flatpak? Flatpak is a universal package format for Linux applications. And I just searched on how I can publish my application on FlatHub. So this is the fun part, that GNOME pushes you to do things that maybe you wouldn't do if it was on your side. So I used to download applications from FlatHub, but now I'm putting my own applications there. So this is cool. And the way that it works is that you have to fork their repository and do some changes, add your own JSON files there, and send a pull request. So I did that. I sent it. They reviewed it, and they said it has some unnecessary accesses, like network access that the drum machine didn't use, and also the ID is not does not match. So I fixed them, and then my application got accepted. Yay! So I got my own repository at FlatHub organization, like github.com/flathub// blah 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 drum machine. So that was mine. And then I checked out FlatHub website and I found that my application is there. So this is how I used to look on FlatHub. And that was just, very exciting for me. And now the apply here button is like, I think that my app was ready for it. And I sent the application. I sent it and then I waited. And then Tobias volunteered to review my application. Tobias is an interaction designer from Berlin and is a great member of the GNOME SQL committee. So Tobias said, "Thank you for your interest in GNOME SQL. This app is very cool, but it has lots of issues. And most of them are UI issues. And so it has this problem, that problem, and they were all legit problems that I had to solve. But because I didn't have any experience developing an application, I didn't know them. I didn't know if they mattered or not. So this is the most informative part for me. Learning stuff and getting my issues fixed and experience people mentioning what issues it has, what UI problems it has, and I started developing and fixing the issues. And then I came back saying, okay, I fixed that, I did that. Oh, sorry. And this process went on and on for like a month of them mentioning the issues, thanks to them, and me fixing it. And yeah, this is a very fun part of contributing to a community as well. Like if I wanted to develop this application by myself, I couldn't make it look this good because now I have experienced person reviewing my application generously and pointing out the issues that it has. And then my application looked like this. After all fixing and changing the UI, this is an after and before. So it looks super perfect now, kinda. And I was happy about it. That my application started looking like this, thanks to Tobias. And this is how it looks in light mode as well. Yeah. And this process was this is like a makeover because it used to look so bad and now it's just looks fantastic thanks to Tobias. And even Tobias himself mentioned it on his Mastodon. So it was just motivating for me. And then after some fixing icon stuff, he said that there's nothing on his side, and he mentioned all the issues. And now it has to a cross review has to happen. So what's a cross review? In GNOME Circle now, someone volunteers and starts looking at your application, mentioning the issues, and if all the issues and all the problems are fixed and are mentioned, that person asks for cross review. That another person from GNOME SQL committee comes and look and sees your application, mentions some issues, and for me, Gergor did that. He came and mentioned some of the issues that he had. I fixed them, and then what happened was that my application got accepted. Yay! So that's super cool. And my app got accepted. And they told me that I can get my membership as well. So now I will talk about what happens when your application gets accepted in GNOME Circle. So I had my own application on GNOME Apps website, like apps.gnome.org/run machine. You can see my application there. And this is how it looks on the website. Yeah, and that's me. And this is my FlatHub banner. So basically, FlatHub has some app criteria as well, but they're not necessarily to fill out. But if you do that, I think your app will get promoted more, and also that's a good thing for your application to have. There are lots of good standards there. And by the end of this process and all these reviews, all of them were pointed out. And this is the how my FlatHub application on FlatHub looks. So the community helps with promotion. So I will talk about the reasons why joining open source community can be good. On my side, making an application for GNOME Circle and becoming a GNOME Foundation member. So the community helps with promotion. Like my app got promoted on Mastodon, my app got promoted on This Week in GNOME, that's me, and also on their Reddit, on GNOME's subreddit. And the community supports you. There are lots of people, thanks to the promotion that GNOME has, coming and trying my application and pointing out issues or just saying that it's a cool application, that it will motivate you, or even giving some feedback on what features they need and what features are missing. And this is how the information part on FlatHub of my application looks. That it used to have around 3,000 installs, which I think is a good number. I'm not an application developer that much, but that number is something huge for me. And now I think it has around 5,000 or 6,000, something like that. Yeah. And also on the GitHub page of Drum Machine, it gets stars, and people were coming and making issues. So the community helps with ideas and pointing out bugs and features. So these are the issues that people made. And that will be part of your responsibility to point out the right issues, adding the right tag, talking about ideas if you want that idea to be in the Drum Machine, if it's in the vision that you have for your application. And that will be it, that you have to add the right tags, talk to people, and those are fun experiences. And also, people made discussions, like pointing out what features are the most critical for the application to have. And they really pointed out great stuff that I had in mind. They wrote it down, and honestly, thanks to them. So, and this is a pull request that they made. And the community helps with translation as well. So that's another fun part. My application now is translated into 15 languages. So that's something that you can't do on your own. If you want to do it, won't be that high quality. So I just made my application part of the GNOME Circle and requested for my application to get translated. And then I found out, all right, it's been translated into 15 languages till now, and this is the list of them. The languages that some of them was even unfamiliar for me, but there were people voluntarily making these translations. So thanks to them. And another part is that GNOME helps with design. So GNOME has lots of cool, icons that if you go on the GNOME website, you can find that it has lots of cool icons. And this is all thanks to Jacob, which is a very experienced designer that has been working on Red Hat and doing the design of GNOME as well, and also Zeus. So we can actually request and ask from Jacob to make icons for our application. And I made a request, and he sent me these cool concepts of what I want my application icon to look like. So these are all the concepts that he presented to me. So the community helps with reputation as well. Like the GNOME Foundation membership that I talked about it. I requested it, and I requested it, and then Gregor and Tobias came and vouched for me, because the thing is that when you are asking for a GNOME Foundation membership, the people that are already a GNOME Foundation member should vouch for you, or mentioning out that they were working with you and you were a good person, you were active, you were responsible. And Tobias and Gregor did that for me. So thanks to them, I got my GNOME Foundation membership as well. And the GNOME Accounts automation told me that I should pick between these usernames. And I was like, no, I'm Revisto. My nickname everywhere, kinda, is Revisto, or at least De Revisto. So can you please give it to me? Give the Revisto name to me instead of my actual name? And they told me, no, it's not possible, because it should be like a first name, last name policy. And between all of these names, because I'm Ali Reza Sha'abani, I found the Ali Rezash the best one. So I chose Ali Rezash, and this is my new username. So I'm both Revisto and Ali Rezash at the same time. And I picked that up, and I got it. I got my membership. So this is the first checkpoint, and I got my Gmail, not Gmail, I got my email from GNOME, alirezash@gnome.org, and my own blog hosted at blogs.gnome.org, GNOME's infrastructure, and here is how it looks like. I just posted some new articles that you can go and check that out as well. And also my own Nextcloud instance on GNOME's infrastructure. And about the travel sponsorship, that's a sad part for me, because I'm from Iran and there are lots of sanctions that is like, unfair for me, like as a citizen that has nothing to do with other stuff, to not to be able to get my sponsorship. Like I requested it for the GNOME's conference, Guadec, and they told me that they can't transfer me money because I live in Iran. And I even told them that they can, send crypto, or even send the money to one of my relatives or friends living outside of Iran, and they will buy me the tickets and the flight tickets and book me the hotel. But they still told me they don't feel comfortable doing that. So that's a sad part for me. But hopefully for you, you can get a travel sponsorship as well. So this is a journey of my application. The process of finding an app idea, finding the right community for you, developing the application, and your application being like reviewed, and then getting all the perks and all the things that community gives you. And this is like a great experience that I had with GNOME and GNOME Circle. So thank you. I'm Ali Reza Shabani, Revisto, Ali Rezash, and this is all my social media links and also my link tree. So you can find me at alirezash@gnome.org, Revisto at Mastodon. I love Mastodon. And GitHub, and also all the other links to my Telegram, LinkedIn, on Linktree. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, the presentation went like a little bit more than what we had scheduled in our agenda, so we cannot accept questions for Ali Reza at this point, but if you'd like to keep contact with him, feel free to send him an email or so. Thank you so much for joining the event today as a speaker. Our next session will be a panel session, actually, which will be hosted by Felipe and Jordan. So please feel free to stay here, and after that we'll have the lunch break. Sorry? Any questions? Okay.
alles. Thanks for coming. Shall we get started? Actually, we are over time, so. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, to contextualize how we got to this point, when there was the whole Fedora Flatpak drama, I just messaged Shiri and I felt like, well, we should definitely do something about this in Linux App Summit, because I felt that the division was not really constructive to find a solution for us moving forward, and I felt that a lot of the argumentation that we were providing on our app developer hats was not something that distributions are just willing to accept. I think that we just need to really work towards shaping how we are going to do that transition to the next platform we are actually building. So. Yeah, actually, that one, the Fedora Flatpaks one, was not the first issue that app developers had with distros and platforms, right? I also think about the bottles situation as well and other apps. And that always just like a symptom of this bigger issue of how we got here in this Linux fragmentation problem. Jordan gave an amazing presentation yesterday about this, and felt that I'll be kind of repeating myself if I were to do that. But to summarize, I think that distributors always saw apps as some sort of tools, some things that were components of what they are building, their product. And now we actually app developers, just like Reviso that you just saw before in the previous talk, they see their work as a product. They are building something that has a presentation, that has a UI, that has graphics, and the expectation of a guaranteed experience that you are supposed to have the same looks in every OS, the same behaviors in every OS. And yeah, that's where we are currently dropping the ball. And yeah, one other thing that I actually wanted to add with this, because since I started with the Fedora Flatpaks, was that the moment that the whole drama started and somebody mentioned to me that it was very influential videos being spoken about that, and I just Googled on YouTube, searched on YouTube for Fedora Flatpaks, and I found myself in there. I gave a talk in 2017 about Fedora Flatpaks in Budapest, in Flock, and then I was like, oh, fuck, I am actually associated with this thing now. And probably co-responsible for this thing, right? And so I felt also that this is actually a good opportunity to kind of give a take, which is that we started Fedora Flatpaks at Red Hat, and Red Hat is really like a company that respects the initiative of the associates. I think that a lot of people are free to do a lot of things that they want to do that don't necessarily align with the top-level business goals. But just as to say that when we started Fedora Flatpaks, our goal was to bring Flatpaks into Fedora, finally into the RHEL ecosystem, not just because, but also because Flatpaks would solve a lot of our own issues as maintainers, because we are maintaining multiple versions of apps in multiple versions of distributions. So if you work at Red Hat, you are maintaining packages for Fedora, for CentOS Stream, for RHEL, multiple versions of each one of those supported ones. That can become a combinatory explosion, right? So the goal was basically bringing Flatpak and trying to solve this historical divide that our customers and users have, which is we want a stable OS platform, slowly moving, stable, reliable, and modern fancy apps with features, and we want those now. You can get that experience when you try RHEL 9 and you feel like things are kind of frozen in the past, and it'll be very nice to actually have that shell, and then on top of it, just have the modern apps rather than having to rely on what's available on that time. Like Jordan was actually giving in his presentation examples of things that are 5, 6, 7 years behind, and you just don't have an easy path to get to that point. And with the Fedora Flatpaks, I think that what we failed was to actually set the governance of the project. That I feel that what happened there was that our common goal was getting Flatpaks into Fedora, and then suddenly we just kind of lost control of the thing. People moving to working on other things. Alex was no longer working on Flatpak, and I think that we dropped the ball there by not setting proper governance and not setting proper goals. Because as I said, the goals was really about having the basic pre-install core things in Fedora. It was not really like trying to reproduce the whole package, everything. But I kind of realized that we never said that out loud. I think it was something that was like a consensus that we had or a common understanding, but it wasn't out there. And to link with what I said about Red Hat giving us the freedom, I think that the Fedora Flatpak maintainer is actually pretty free to do what he wants to do. If he feels that he wants to package everything, if other people feel like they need to package everything, they are free to do, but the distributions are also free not to include that. So recently, Fedora Workstation Working Group has been discussing the possibility of not including Fedora Flatpaks or not, and that's how the drama has been extending. And yeah, I think that these are things that we, people who have these multiple hats, that work on distros but also write apps, are very well positioned to articulate, that we might be able to go to those spaces and voice the desires of the app community. But for that, I think we need to like formulate what does the app community really want from distributors, and I think have something that looks approachable to them, that is not going to come across as confrontational or divisive, but constructive. So my idea about bringing these celebrities in here is actually like hearing from these folks what is the problem and how we could go about this problem moving forward in a way that actually is constructive, not divisive. So yeah, and I actually want to talk about this at Flock, the Fedora conference. So I'm trying to bring what we learn and discussing here and trying to represent somehow what we want in their conference. So yeah, if we want to start, I think Jordan gave a great presentation about it, and he could maybe describe how we got to this mess, right? Why things are so bad.
So yeah, I spoke about this at length in the presentation yesterday. The quick summary of it is like, we have this divide between the people that make the platform and the people that distribute it. And that the current way that things work is that the distribution will try to package everything and ship everything itself to the users. But now we have FlatHub, and the users prefer clearly their applications to get them from the FlatHub, and not only users, but developers as well, as we've seen in like massive droves where application developers never got involved with distributions for a variety of reasons that we have like documented for years now. But yeah, one thing I wanted to talk about with regards to the Fedora Flatpaks is like, people say Fedora Flatpaks, but Flatpak has like very little to do with what happened. Because as I said yesterday, Flatpak is like a technology. As itself, if we take Flatpak itself and like, if we convert every single application in every distribution to Flatpak, we will still be in the same exact position, but with a better technological stack that's like a bit more robust. If the Fedora Flatpaks are a fine idea, because it solves a lot of problems that and fragility that exists in the current distribution mechanism. But like the Flatpak itself has little to do. The problem that I guess the problem that sparked this whole discussion was that much like any distribution package that is not maintained by the upstream, eventually an application that was high level enough broke down. And it was suggested to install the broken application over the application that the developers themselves had been publishing and submitting. Regardless if it's Flatpak or an RPM, the same thing would have happened. Like, the issue there was not so much the technology that was used, but more so where it was coming from and who was like distributing the thing, and who was claiming to support it, and who actually had to like go and debug and fix the issues, or like threaten with legal action since the issues were not going to be like were not getting resolved and it was affecting the users. So yeah, that's like the main thing I want to focus on is like not so much the technology itself or like, but the social issues at play.
I actually know that Sebastian might have an opinion about the whole idea of pre-installed Fedora Flatpaks and stuff. Do you want to say something about how you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, the Fedora Flatpak situation, like the existence of them comes from a like valid use case, right? Like we want to be able to like pre-install Flatpaks basically. That means when you get your distribution, like some of the applications, they are not coming from the RPMs or the depths or whatever, but they are Flatpak applications and they're coming on your install media, and like the Flatpak applications will get installed. And that's a good idea. Like, I think we all agree on that. That is like the common understanding of everything, right? Like the Fedora guys agree on that. We agree on that. Like, we should probably pre-install Flatpaks. And from that perspective, it's very clear. Like, I think that it's good that we have like a common understanding, at least, of some of the parts here. But then, like, for pre-installing things, like the question is then, like, if you only want to ship things for pre-installing, then the things that you're pre-installing are usually just a small subset of things that you want to ship with the operating system, right? Like, it's just a few selected applications that you need. And for everything else, you basically don't want that. Like, you don't necessarily want the things then from Flatpak. From Fedora, but you want them from FlatHub. At least that's what most users want. And also what most app developers probably want, like they want their applications to come directly from them. So the only people who don't seem to entirely agree on that seem to be like the distribution folks. And now we're in the situation where because of the idea that pre-installing Flatpaks is like something good, what happened then is that like now the Fedora Flatpaks are in general like preferred over the FlatHub ones. So whenever like a user installs an application through the App Store, the Fedora Flatpaks are preferred. And I think that is the big issue here. Just the existence of like the Fedora Flatpaks itself is also probably not an issue. I think you mentioned basically that like people are free to do whatever they want, and I agree with that. And even as Fedora, like they can decide to like include the like to accept the work. Like I don't even think that's a bad idea. The question really is like what you want to have as the default. Like yeah.
So, yeah, basically, to summarize what happened is that Fedora Flatpaks were, I mean, when the project was started, from my understanding, it was to address technological issues in order to like make it easier to distribute the applications on the distribution side. However, the scope of it was like not explicitly defined. So the logical conclusion that other distribution contributors came to was like, oh, this is, we already package RPM applications. This is a better way to package applications. We're just going to keep packaging every application we have already and replace all our RPMs with that. Which, I mean, it's, yeah, when you are in a, when the mindset is, and your community is like around the distribution of, it's like a very logical thing to do. But at the same time, FlatHub happened, and the options that you had available changed, and the dynamic has shifted. That's, I think, a good summary of what you want. Yes.
I was wondering if Aleš has any take from the KDE side, like if you folks experience the same dramas about people taming your apps, people like distros doing distro things.
Yeah, to be honest, to me it sounds 100% distros doing distro things. Like when I first heard that Fedora wanted to make Flatpaks, I thought something like that would happen. Like it had to happen in a way or another. Like, how often does it happen that like you try to reuse a technology and like what could go wrong, and something got wrong? Like it wasn't that bad, I guess, but like we had this whole flag for it, and we don't know like if the public perception is that Flatpak is at fault or whoever is. But in practice here, like it's about ownership, right? And like if specifically in the distro case, if a distro makes you look like a hero, that's perfectly fine. If a distro makes you look like a butt, then you get angry. And when you get angry, you get angry. So I guess that's kind of what happened. The technological shift that we have here is not Flatpak in practice. It's empowering developers. And I think that this is what we should be focusing on.
Yeah, that's some good points. And so moving forward, I was wondering, like, do you folks have any like steps you think we could take to try to like pitch to distributors how we could be working together moving forward? Like, anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think like in the whole debate there, there were actually like technical issues raised, and I think we should take them seriously. Like that's one of the parts that we should actually do. But I think you also made the point, like that in your presentation, that that the technical issues are not the core of it.
They're not blockages.
Right, like the technical issues exist, but you could still make it work probably. Like that is, I think, from our perspective, like the thing is that we should still try to solve the technical issues that we have, and solving technical issues always requires like people actually working on it. So from that perspective, I think like what we have to figure out is how we get more resources into FlatHub, because we want to, like, it would be good if we build our Flatpaks for more architectures. It would be good if we manage to like tag everything better, so that like distributors can say we want a filtered version of FlatHub that works for us. Like there are a bunch of things we could do and should do, but I think the important part is how to figure out where the resources are coming from, and probably also how to like integrate and get the distributors to contribute to FlatHub. I think that would be like the best goal, in my opinion, is to kind of move the distributions over to like also contribute to FlatHub.
On this?
Sure. Yeah, I quite agree. Like collaboration is the key, and I have this friend called Harald, who is one of the main developers of KDE Linux, and I always joke with him saying, "You're not a developer, you're a packager," and he gets angry because it's this kind of banter, right? And what I mean by that is that like we don't need to label ourselves in like being part of like this level of the stack or that other, but I think that when we shine is when we work together, and that's what we should be focusing on. And like it never makes sense to have two versions of the same product in practice, so making sure that we focus on, well, as much as possible, that's better. A case that when you were discussing this came to my mind earlier was the case of Iceweasel and Firefox. It was effectively the same thing, right? And Flatpak or any of these technologies not related. I'm not really privy of the details, but it was as well, as far as I understand, Firefox not being happy about certain things that were being done in the packaging, and they said, "No, you stop using my brand." And well, everything happened, and it was a loss for everyone, right? When we focus, we at least don't get into these situations where, well, part of the community loses because, like, we're few people too, right? So we cannot really afford to be dividing ourselves.
Good point. Yeah, with that said, I wonder what do we answer to distros when they say that we are like taking yet another factor of differentiation that they have, that the packages that they include, the apps that they support are sort of part of their product?
I think that the key is stopping saying they, right? Like, it's us, it's our products, we're here together. If we cannot work together, we're not gonna be pulling that off, right? Like, we keep mirroring ourselves against these like big products created in like humongous but still solid companies, right? So like distros and us, we are the same communities. Like I was saying, we're taking maybe different parts of the stack. And like one thing that has been a problem with this whole collaboration has been that like the technical terms in where people are working on are vastly different. Something I've always, or I used to complain when there was more of this divide on packaging is that like I didn't understand the format that the packages for my applications were using to create the packages for my application. Like, how is it that I don't understand how they're running that thing that I run like 100 times a day on my laptop when I'm developing it? Smoothing that out is the kind of things that we should be looking into, because in practice, we should all be using the same tools to reach our users, right? Then we can collaborate.
Well said. You want to say anything about the differentiation of distros? Or?
Yeah, I mean, making an operating system is an incredibly hard task, and there is like so many things to do. What is this different in every single situation, however, is trying to get an application that you've never been involved with, figure out how it works, why it works, what it needs, and try to like ship it for every single distribution. Where like there is like plenty of room for operating system development. There isn't really so much different things you can do in order to rebuild an application. There are only like so many features you can remove or add from the existing application that like exist in the source code. Like if an application differs from one distribution to another, it's because A, they forgot about a feature that the application really needs and wants, or B, they explicitly didn't want it. That's all there is. Everything else about the application should be functionally exactly the same. And yeah, I mean, at this point, there is like no need to keep redoing the same amount of work for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is that like, as soon as someone starts like packaging applications which also exist on FlatHub, they are competing with FlatHub, in the sense that like, if they manage to do everything that FlatHub does, then it would be like, as good as they would succeed in competing with FlatHub, but usually they don't have the same resources, so therefore they will stay either in a worse spot than FlatHub, or they will at some point overtake it, and then we would have that as the single point instead of FlatHub, which is to me like a bit like it doesn't make a lot of sense. It would be a lot of wasted resources and not a lot of gain, when the alternative is simply to like to not compete, but instead like to collaborate and like improve FlatHub. So from that perspective, I just don't see why people would be trying to like be better than FlatHub with all the resources that there already are put into FlatHub. And yeah, I think that is kind of my kind of issue with like what's happening in the Fedora world currently, that like the only way to succeed there and to become better than FlatHub would be to basically displace it.
I mean, I think there's like a component to this that's like a community issue as well. Because like the reason that the distribution contributors will go and repackage an application is, even if it exists, it's like a lot of the times for the fun of it, A. B, because you will be using the tooling and the infrastructure they're already familiar with, rather than a brand new thing that they never looked at, which would be like the FlatHub toolchain or whatever. And C, it's like, just like for the belonging of it. You're like, people are already like part of the distribution communities, and they have like a very specific skill set that they would rather just like go and repackage the application rather than naturally migrate over to the new to other communities, or like new ways of collaborating with other communities, like passing the torch and such. Like the belonging part of it is like very understandable because we are all part of the of different communities. So this conference is like proof of that. And yeah, it's like we need to keep that in mind because yeah, a lot of it happens because people want to like, I don't know, help their friends or the other people they're familiar with in a lot of ways. So yeah, we need to like figure out a way to reach out to these people and I guess help them in their own ways.
Yeah, I feel we are in the same page about a lot of things, so actually it would be nice to hear from the audience if somebody wants to comment, especially if you have an opinion that might not be aligned with ours. I think all opinions are welcome for sure, but I think that since we are all in the same page, it would be interesting to actually see diverging opinions or just slightly different, right? Like, anybody has anything you want to say?
So while people think about what questions they have, I was thinking about something you were saying, and like that resonated to me. Like you were talking about how maybe Fedora considers that their current way of packaging is superior, and maybe like it's part of this dogma / mourning that like the packaging community is going through, in where like they had a lot of power in certain aspects, and well, we're seeing that this power is being shifted, and we need to see and have that conversation on how to make sure that everybody is still included. And I'm not sure that we're there yet, but it's definitely part of the corridor kind of conversation that we're having in most conferences where you have people from both sides, right?
So okay, I have a question. So the people here have the knowledge. So when you have these Fedora Flatpaks or any other distro-specific Flatpaks, do they also have a lot of the distro patches that the original, like the RPM and deb packages had? Oh, second part coming.
I understand. Do you know?
So do people, like, I don't know if the Fedora Flatpaks have distro patches in them. I would want to know. Do people know here?
So yeah, basically the idea of the distribution-specific Flatpaks is that they're built from the exactly same toolchain and tooling that the normal distribution packages are. So using the same sources, same tooling, same thing, just the final output is like distributed in a different way. Instead of like shipping an RPM over to the user, we will ship like an OCI image that the Flatpak knows how to like install. That's basically the only difference. They're using the exact same technologies and tooling and sources and patches, yes.
So the reason I asked is that I am the package maintainer of my own project in Debian, and the only reason why I am that person, or I chose to be that person, is that this is the only way to prevent distro patches from appearing. And this is really, really annoying from a developer perspective, is that like, you cannot tell what's going to happen because people will just patch things out even rather than sending them upstream.
Exactly, and there's like other projects. For example, systemd in Debian has like a no downstream patches policies, which also had caused a recent drama as well, where one of the systemd developers that's also like the packager for Debian, exactly for the same reasons, got into conflict with other maintainers and like burned out, and it was like very, very sad to see. Yeah. Yeah,
downstream packages in Fedora, they would definitely end up in the Fedora Flatpak. So, yeah, I think that this change is also something that would avoid distros having a clear path to overwriting apps, because I just think that the conclusion is that that's not wanted, right? That apps should not be overwritten by distributors. And if that's the case, it's a very specific case, then we might find a technology, a way to plumb that up. But making that the default, like overwrite by default, to do your own thing by default, I think that we're just creating the wrong incentives here.
So, I mean, from OpenSUSE, I know that I would say that Flatpaks being built in OBS was something discussed, but you know, we really hadn't gone down that path. And when you look at the resources that we have for, we'll say, example, our leap distribution, tumbleweed's a different story, but you know, there's just not the resources there. There really isn't, and so there is an alternative. There is the C rather than the A and the B that he mentioned. But I mean, this is the environment we're in. So, yeah, I just wanted to point those out.
I mean, Red Hat also now is trying to ship Flatpaks in RHEL 10, which means that we also are pretty much doing exactly what Fedora is currently doing. But the difference there is obviously that in RHEL we will not ship like all the applications as Flatpaks. Like it's only going to be the ones we actually can support, right? And I think that comes exactly down to the what you mentioned here, in the sense that like we can only support so many things, and we have to be selective about what that is.
Yeah, and definitely like the overall easy solution to lack of resources is collaboration, right? Like finding paths for collaboration, right? Not just on the packaging. I think there are other branches of conversations that distros could be collaborating more. I think that, for instance, OpenQA testing that you guys are in the forefront, I think it's something that we could be doing all together, for example, right? Because we're kind of testing the same UI, right? Or there are two UIs, GNOME and KDE, but in that sense. Anybody else?
Hello. I had a question. So my question is, I think these distros might want to control the packages shipped on their specific distribution, also for security updates and things like that. So I would imagine that if each Flatpak is a mini distro in itself, then if we have a security bug on a widely used package, I'm wondering how we could solve this problem with the Flatpak, way of shipping things. So in Debian, you would ship an update for, let's say, libc or any of these widely used packages, and all the other packages would use it by default. On Flatpak, I don't know if there would be a way to achieve the same way.
You want to respond to this one? Or?
Sure.
Runtimes?
So yeah, basically, well, let me go up here so there's no echo. So basically, the way we solve this for Flatpak is that a lot of the very common and very high-profile security dependencies we need, we put them in a common image that it's shared across all of the applications, and it's updated independently of the application. However, we have like very good guarantees regarding the API of the image and how well it's updated, how it behaves, how it's defined in general. So we keep updating glibc or like OpenSSL and all of those dependencies in the single place, a single runtime, and every application runs against the updated image, because we've defined that the API between the application and the runtime will be stable. So it's like a lot like a Docker-based image, I guess, but you don't need to keep rebuilding the container, because we assume that the API will be stable and the artifacts will work with each other.
Also to add on that, like distributions are not magic. Like they also just have to track, security vulnerabilities in all the components and then apply patches, right? Like you can do the same with Flatpak. Like for example, on FlatHub, like all the dependencies are in some kind of like in a format that is machine readable. Like we in theory know where the sources are coming from and could match that up with security issues. Like people have also had this issue for a long time in containers, right? Like same issue. Like there are tools to figure out like what components are in there and when there are security issues. So I don't think it's much of a question of like can FlatHub like do that better or worse than like distributions? So it's just a question of like actually making sure that we implement the stuff and like properly do it. Like it's the same process that you would have at a distribution basically. The difference would be that instead of doing it like multiple times for every distro, you would do it once and for FlatHub.
And also in the conversation between packages and pre-installed Flatpaks, that Flatpaks have inherently more security because of the sandbox, and as apps evolve and we evolve the portals and the app ecosystem, we are going to improve that even more, right? Apps are going to have more constrained ways of interacting with the system, so less surface of security issues.
I think you raise a valid concern, in my opinion. I am the maintainer, one of the maintainers of Free Desktop SDK, which is the base distro that all the Flatpaks are based on, and the GNOME runtime, the KDE runtime. I think that the problem here, or the fact, is that distros have the money to pay developers to patch things when things happen and detect CVEs and everything. Security teams and all that, which is normally a boring stuff that people doesn't do voluntarily. So in our project, we're a tiny team that is 100 volunteer people. So I think we do quite a good job in the sense that we are so small, but we automate a lot of things. We have CV checks, so we have reports about what components are being affected by CVs and all that. But sometimes for a period, there is a report, but nothing happened because we don't have the manpower to fix the report. But the list is small, but I think this is a valid concern here, and probably is one of the reasons why the distros needs to do their own runtimes as well.
Yeah, I think that's quite a good point. Like you're doing a good job there. But this is talking about like the runtime itself, right? Like the applications themselves can ship with like additional dependencies, and I don't think we have a good story there currently. Like that is indeed like a kind of a blind spot, but I think that the point here is that we could like use the knowledge and like the processes that like distributions have to like improve the story on FlatHub. Like that would be amazing. Like I want that to happen, and it would effectively share the load because instead of like doing it for every applications, like all the distros doing it themselves for all the applications, they would like share the load and only do it once. Like I think that would be better, and it would also only be for the dependencies which are in like additionally on top of the runtimes.
Something I'm a bit surprised though is that you're all talking about the CVEs addressing as if it was an actual patch, but at least for us, when there's a CVE, obviously you're going to release a patch, but you're also going to release a new version with of your application or whatever is your component with the new with the problem fixed, right? Like otherwise you will still be shipping an error, which is the last thing you want to do as a component. And we do have that addressed to a good extent in FlatHub by like the bot that checks the new versions and is going to tell you there's a new version of this component that you have here. It will try to compile it, and obviously you need to be diligent enough to like make sure that it's always fresh, and that should be it. So like if we do things properly, and we could enforce these kind of things, right? Like we could say now we don't accept applications that don't have the bot injected, or we don't want to have it for the golden application kind of things, whatever we call it. But like there's ways, and I don't think that the solution is having people patching the different components, because the patch is by definition a workaround. That's why we call it the patch and not a solution.
Yeah, I was gonna say I very badly maintain an app on FlatHub, and I'm pretty sure I've like maybe had some kind of automated thing tell me that my dependencies were outdated. Am I misremembering this? Like, there's something for this already, right?
So I don't know exactly, but I think like I don't think it's tracking like exactly if there are CVEs in there, but maybe just if their version is outdated. But I don't want to like commit here on anything because I simply don't know.
So yeah, in FlatHub at the moment we have like a couple of automations. One of it would like check if there's like new versions of your dependencies, and will make a pull request for you. but we do not update things automatically because every build needs to be tested before we publish it to users, because an update might very easily break something. But yeah, we have like some tooling to help with updating dependencies. We do not yet have a security scanner. If anybody would like to help with implementing some kind of tooling that would go over applications, check for like any CVs and automatically create issues for that, it would be amazing. We have that for runtimes, not for applications yet, but it's like something that's on the roadmap, but there is like, we need the resources in order to do that in an automated fashion. Otherwise, it's like, for the most part, the application developers that have to do it, which makes it a bit harder for them, but it's like nothing, it's like, yeah, it's better than the alternatives anyway, so yeah.
As we are approaching like the end of the talk, I think one thing I think is worth emphasizing is that we're not going to find technical solutions to social problems, right? That's not how software works, right? That we need to combine the technical expertise and the changes we're going to do with proper communication, relationship with those folks, and making it approachable and constructive. So I think that that's like side by side, it needs to happen. Does anybody want to say final words or things like this? I think we are on the top of the hour. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about how this went, and I'm happy that everybody showed up here. So thanks for coming and enjoy the lunch.
All right, everybody, before we get going, we will have lunch for an hour and a half, and there is an announcement about the city tour, I think. Yeah.
Hi everyone, nice session, well done. Announcement for the city tour tomorrow. There's a confirmed group for 9 o'clock, for the tour starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you haven't registered yet at Christy and Anissa and you would like to join the tour, you can come to me to give me your name or write to them. Even if you decide in the afternoon or evening, write to them and they will notify me. And I'll meet you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock in front of Skanderbeg statue in the city center at Skanderbeg Square. If you cannot find that, you can reach out to Christy and Anissa. They will guide you or get my number through them. I'm sure there will be a bunch of us there and you will be noticeable. The tour tomorrow will last for about 3 hours, depending how large the group is and what places we're gonna want to visit. But regardless, I'm pretty sure that you're going to have a nice time. So I welcome you guys tomorrow and have a nice afternoon today. Thank you.
welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. So now it's the time for the next presentation, which will be held by Michal Kohtek. Okay. The title is Let's Take Back the AI and Integrate it Properly to Our Desktops. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, as some of you might know, my name is Michal Kohtek. I'm the member of Ubuntu Communication Council and Matrix Council, but that's pretty much irrelevant at this point because I'm going to talk to you about beloved AI topic. I can see that you're not carrying pitchforks or tiki torches, so maybe we can start. So, what we're going to talk about is AI, but first we should just look to the past, how we got here. So, we know pretty much that AI as a topic has been mulled over from the 50s to 70s. We experienced the first topics as Turing test, perceptrons back into the 50s, but there hasn't been much development since then. So, along came the first AI winter, then the second AI winter, and so on and so on. In the 2020s, GPT-3 showed up, and along with that, ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion went viral, which most of us can pretty much agree that it's a mixed bag. It's not really as positive as some of us would like the others to believe. AI is pretty much everywhere nowadays. It's such a hype bubble. Most common folk are really into like assistants, chatbots, image generation, even like this image of a hanging there kitty with the data center and burning forests behind it was generated using ChatGPT. So maybe some poor family in like near equator can thank me for wasting 10 liters of their pure water. But apart from that, AI has been really revolutionary in some areas like healthcare. For example, I've seen this really cool project at a hackathon where somebody was using like a small AI model to find patterns in like ACGT strings to find like antibiotic resistant bacteria in the gene sample. The current state of AI on the desktop, however, is not as exciting as that. For example, there are two big companies that have been trying to implement AI on the desktop. One of them, of course, Microsoft with their first Cortana and later Copilot, which is kinda competent. It produces some things, but the problem is privacy because most of it is generated remotely on Microsoft servers, and I don't think that many of us here are comfortable with that, even if we might be sympathetic to Microsoft nowadays because they love Linux suddenly. And Apple. To be honest, I was kind of excited when they first announced Apple Intelligence because it was like most of that on device and it's going to be privacy first, etc. But it's been like a year and the features have been trickling down very slowly and they suck. I know, I tried to use it on my MacBook and it's not a good experience. Problem also is that both of these platforms are locked to specific hardware. For example, MacBooks with M something SoCs or iPhones 15 and up, or like Intel laptops with Windows pre-installed and NPUs. So I was like, I like Jarvis, I like Iron Man, so maybe we can do it ourselves and better. So what should a Linux desktop assistant should be? I think obviously it should be open source so that there is no vendor lock-in and no data collection by a third party. It should be modular and configurable, so we don't have like a monolithic architecture. We don't have a single point of failure if ChatGPT goes down. It should be local where possible, so there is no need to send data to the cloud if we have beefy computers or later down the road NPUs in our computers that can run it. It should be also integrated to the desktop because some use cases require being able to interact with the desktops and the desktop applications for us to unlock all the capabilities of those models. And I hope that you won't lynch me for this, but it should get to know its user and of course keep it secret. So again, no offloading the data to some remote country that might not be all that allied to us anymore. It should of course have natural language understanding, so even our less technically inclined users can use them, prompt them, ask them for assistance. It should be multimodal so that it can understand and process text, images, audio, and hopefully sometime down the line also video. It should be able to automate tasks because people don't really like to take care of their computers unless they're part of our group here. So maybe we can alleviate that pain point of theirs with current desktops and computers. And it should integrate with existing tools. I think right here we have like a big opportunity because, for example, with Copilot or Apple Intelligence, it's not really a given that any application installed on Windows or macOS will support the AI models. I think that in open source community we can either provide tools or APIs or portals for the application developers so that they can opt in and they can integrate with the AI properly. There are some low-hanging fruit use cases that I identified that could be implemented pretty much almost instantly, given the current developers or state of quality of developers in our community. For example, calendar management. It took me like a few hours to create a proof of concept implementation of a calendar agent that is able to take a natural language prompt and take out all the information necessary to create a calendar event in my Nextcloud calendar. Web search. Well, simple web search is easy enough, but I think we could reach further and implement like a proper deep search equivalent. I don't know if you're familiar with deep search feature of ChatGPT. It does pretty much what it says on the tin. You ask something, you provide details of what you want it to research, and then you can just see a progress bar and links of websites that it crawled and gathered information from. IAM integration. Again, like if you've been using Apple platforms, you can see the not really ideal implementation of summarization of IAM messages. You don't really want to learn that that some family member has died or that somebody is breaking up with you via summarization. So hopefully we can create better agents that could integrate with Matrix, Telegram, Signal, etc. Context-aware screenshots and OCR. For example, I often, in my day job, when I have something that I'm working on, but I have like a different idea or something open, I just take a screenshot and later down the road I check it out and try to remember what I was thinking at that moment. So maybe we could automate that as well. Translation. pretty much sure that everybody here has seen VLC at FOSDEM or at their online presentations with their real-time translation of played media. Pretty much all of us here understand and speak English or other languages, but that's not usually the case for most users. So I think if we had like real-time translation of various European languages integrated deep into the desktop, so that whatever media you play with whatever player or even like website, YouTube, Vimeo, etc., we could provide them with real-time subtitles generated on the go. It's not that hard with open source models like Whisper AI. They can already do it pretty competently. So that's that. LLM integration. I think that this is going to be a pain point in convincing you, because most of you reasonably assume that LLMs, like general chatbots, are more like a toy, less than a useful tool. But again, if we create like a long-term memory, if we feed it with our own data that doesn't leave our computer and that's specific to our use cases, it can get much better, even with smaller models, not even like Gemma 3. I have some experience running smaller, like 2 to 8 gig models that when fed proper information, proper context, that they can perform quite well. And work context snapshot. This is not so much a low-hanging fruit, but it was hard to, to find a better place for it during the presentation. But again, most of us here know or are familiar with Windows recall feature. But again, I think most of us have this inner belief that our information should be private to us, but the feature could be quite useful. So maybe if we implement it ourselves and we implement it well, it's going to beat the competition. This is pretty much the architecture that I'm proposing, or maybe just like a first draft of the architecture. We should, of course, have some interfaces so that users can interact with the AI agents, so like a desktop application, GNOME shell extension, KD extension, or REST API, so that even services that are running like in a Docker can call onto the AI capabilities. Then we have Core with natural language processing module that contains speech to text, text to speech, so that we can issue voice commands and get back speech output. We should have intent parser. There has been a talk yesterday that touched a bit on the intent parser. I've been speaking to the presenter of that talk, and we've chatted a bit about it. And I already have like a small proof of concept of the intent parser, and it's really not that hard of a task to create. You can take like a small model that can run on most computers, even on CPU. You can fine-tune it with your own intents, your own prompts. It took me about half a day to create like 5,000 exemplar prompts for like 15 different intents. Then it took like 5 minutes of training on an older GPU, and now it's reasonably capable of detecting intent. For example, I already use it to schedule my calendar events. Then this might be a bit harder to implement, but for example, the memory module, I divided between long-term memory, which would be like a more general purpose memory for the agent to remember past conversation with its user, and then also a rec subsystem here, which would serve as a more like creating agents that are specific to like an area of expertise. For example, if you have like if you even want to like refer back to some books, ebooks that you have, you can put them in a folder. You can have a daemon parsing through the ebooks and building its knowledge base, and then you can prompt it, ask it for details, and search through the books and through the PDFs that you already have via LLM model. Here are the agents that some of them, well, the calendar agent is already sort of usable. The others are work in progress, but hopefully if somebody here helps me, we can finish them up in a reasonable timescape. So what is the tech stack so far? It's pretty much what you can see here. For speech to text, I'm currently using Whisper AI. I'm currently using Whisper AI, which is really good at transcribing and translating from even like a Slovak language or Czech language to English. Unfortunately, it's heavy on the resources if you want to use various languages, so I propose using something like Porcupine for wake word detection, so that it doesn't have to run all the time in your RAM or in your video RAM, but only gets waken up once it's really needed. For intent parsing, like I already said, I use a small model, specifically at the moment Distilbert uncased as tokenizer, and then I fine-tuned it with my 5,000 line example prompts for that. For general purpose LLM, I'm currently using Gemma 3 running in Ollama using its REST API. There are other ways that you can integrate it. For example, a more elegant solution is using Transformers library that has been published by Hugging Face, but unfortunately that library doesn't support interrupting the agent. So if you ask a prompt, then you have to wait until it finishes generating its BS or kill the process, which isn't ideal because it takes quite a long time to vacate it from memory and then repopulate memory with it. So I use REST API because that allows you to just kill it while it's generating. For the RAG subsystem, I've been experimenting with ChromaDB and LangChain and sentence transformers. They are really easy to use and to create like a rudimentary RAG system. And of course, I use some other libraries to parse information from PDFs, documents, and ebooks, EPUB ebooks, etc. For the long-term memory, what I'm proposing is using an architecture of several smaller models, some of which will take care of pretty much summarizing your conversation, your past conversation with your AI agents and putting them either in ChromaDB or as plain text or JSON that you can browse through and edit after your conversation so that your agent remembers some details that you want it to remember about you and about your work. For agents, you pretty much always have to go with specific libraries. For example, for the calendar, there's not a really specific library for the calendar. I just send a post to my Nextcloud server and it works. But of course, for different use cases, you would use specific libraries. And for desktop integration, we will use pretty much just the off-the-shelf solutions that we already have, GNOME extensions, KD extensions, etc. So if you are willing to check it out and maybe help me build it, you can use the QR code to reach out to me. And now it's time for Q&A.
So if anyone has any question, maybe we have the time to take 1 or 2 questions very quickly.
The classic, more of a comment, speaking about translation quality, it's actually complete garbage. I don't ever rely on it in any sort of way, because it does things, even the best models are completely wrong every now and then. As an example, they translated Moby Dick into Finnish, and it starts with "Call me Ishmael," as everyone knows, and the Finnish translation for that was telephone me, Ishmael. So this is not something you ever want to rely on because it's just terrible at current status anyway.
I would agree to disagree. I'm not sure about Finnish because I unfortunately do not speak that language. But in my experience from the past several months, the translation to Czech and from Czech and to Slovak and from Slovak is actually quite good in terms like translating into English and from English. Actually, during the winter holidays, I've created a small script for my wife to use so that when we watch some anime or some series that do not have like official translations to Czech and Slovak, that she can use it to generate subtitles. And of course, it's not ideal. It won't replace professional translators, but it is good enough for enough users that I think it's worth it.
So, how much of this is built / works?
Yeah.
And how much power do you need to run this? Like, do I need like a NVIDIA GTX 999.3 or something?
Yeah, most of what you've seen that was colored in green or yellow is either working or somewhat working right now. With most of the things like a calendar agent where you don't really care about if it does it like within this second. You can run it on like a medium well-built machine. I'm currently developing it on an older desktop, although I am running a NVIDIA RTX 3090, which is like a high-end desktop graphics card, but it's not like the top line anymore. Anyways, it's mostly about just making it easier for me to develop it at the moment, but I am open and I'm quite confident that it will be able to be run on like an integrated GPUs once we go with smaller models, which we can. For example, with the intent parser, at first I was trying to use, I was using Microsoft Phi 4, which is quite a large model that was like used as is, and it sucked. It was like the painfully bad intent parsing. But then I took this small Distilbert model, and then I took my time to fine-tune it, to play with it so that it fits my machine, and I can run it on CPU now, and it's reasonably fast. So it's like within seconds or tenths of seconds on a reasonable CPU. It won't run on Chromebook right now as is, but I'm more like thinking about the next 5 years, not like what most users have at the moment in their pocket or on their lap.
Great, thank you so much. So now we will move to the next two presentations. Thank you again, Michael. In the main track, it's going to be Shrey's talk, and in the other track is Sebastian. Hello, Shri. Can you hear us? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yes. So the
All
next.
right, good.
Yeah, you can hear us, right? All good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. So our next presenter is Shri. Whoever is in GNOME definitely knows Shri. He's one of our best contributors. He will be talking about using LLMs to lower barriers to write apps. We hope you enjoy this talk, and in the end, Shri will also have Q&A, so you can ask him all the questions you have. Thank you and enjoy.
All right. First of all, really happy to be here. I am also one of the organizers of LOSS, so I'm really sad that I'm not there to give this talk in person. With that, I'm going to start my talk. All right. So thanks for coming to using LLMs to lower barriers to write apps. And let me give you a brief idea who I am. As Chrissy said, I am a GNOME contributor. I've been here a while, since 1997, so almost, 28 years, something like that. This feels like a long time ago, and so many things have changed from that time. For work, I work for Intel Corporation, and I focus on developer relations and ecosystem building. I also do events for them. I do a lot of different things, and the funny thing in this app ecosystem, I learned a lot of these skills working on the GNOME project, and I wouldn't have this job I had at Intel without being in this app ecosystem. So I'm really super grateful to have a job in open source and be able to do my passions. And I'm still learning. Always the things I do in GNOME ends up being something I do at work now. So anyway, that's the premise of this talk. I know LLMs and AI is somewhat controversial in our community, but regardless, I put this talk together because I really wanted to explore how LLMs could be useful to generate code, and what kind of limitations we have, and what would be ways that we could leverage LLMs today, even though that it's controversial. So that's why I want to give this talk. And I know not everybody knows everything about AI/ML, so I thought I'll do a little quick level set. So there are who knows what an LLM is or an SLM is or anything like that. But essentially, they are AI models and based on neural networks that can interpret human requests and generate responses in human terms. The differences between the LLM and the SLM is the LLM, you need a lot of graphics memory. You need like these really big data center, 100 gig cards. They're like $20,000 kind of thing, and the small language models are more like something you could put on your laptop or edge device or phones, that kind of thing. And they're a lot smaller because they require less memory and so on. So, but in all of those things, the underlying technology is transformers. And transformers is why we have such a big AI growth why we have a big AI growth. And just imagine being able to write and talk. Sorry, I have my notifications are on, and it keeps saying "bing, bing, bing," and it's driving me nuts. Yeah, give me a second here while I hopefully it doesn't keep interrupting me with noise. Anyway, so the transformers is this thing that that came out of Google, but this is the real power in the sense that this is how you can do the NLP, natural language processing, all those kinds of things. That's what transfers. And transfers at its basic is converts text into a numerical representation. And then it tries to figure out context between words, right? It knows what a dog or cat is or whatever, and being able to associate all of those things. So think about this example, right? What is the color of a bark of a tree, right? So it figures out what color, bark, tree, and what, right? And then, and it does this by transforming these things into tokens. And then using a neural network, the transformers figures out what is the important parts of this thing, and then figures out how to respond, right? So this is the kind of cool things about transformers. And I put this together because we're talking about generative AI, and so when things go wrong, you kind of get a sense of, well, why is it going wrong, right? Because it needs to figure out what the associations are. But the thing is, transformers are the primary means of training LLMs and SLMs, and this is a leap forward, and I don't think it's going to go away. So there are a lot of LLMs out there. All of them. I just put a few that's out here. Some of them are kind of old, GPT-3 or GPT-4, and so on. So there's a lot of ones you can pick and choose, and a lot of them can be specialized. There seems to be a plethora of LLMs that can do reasoning. They could be philosophical, and so on. And of course, it's no surprise that there are LLMs that are focused on code. So these are LLMs that are trained on code that you can see on GitHub, GitLab, Stack Overflow, or AI scrapers that are coming in and stopping our work on our various GitLab and basically doing code laundry. I think these are one of the things that are annoying about AI for us, right? It's very controversial, is especially for us where these codes have a specific software license, and it's like money laundering, right? They suck it in and then print out code that based on our stuff that learns from our code and spits it out as public domain. So that's one of the things that is truly vexing about AI. So adventures in code generation. I did not use any of these specialized LLMs. I used ChatGPT because using any of these I would have to use them on either my local machine or my some service which I already have with ChatGPT. But if I want to use one of those others, it'd be very slow. So I'm probably showing my age, but those who lived out in the 90s when we were still using modems, it felt like a BBS or bulletin board service at 2400 baud on a modem, and it would just sort of scroll across the screen slowly. And I don't have time for that, so I didn't do it. All the image, just as an aside, all of the images in you see here I were generated on ChatGPT. So I do find that a great time saver, because a lot of times I want to do something cool like adventures in code generation. There's no way I would be able to create an image or even find an image like this that easily. So I do think, at least when giving talks, being able to create images is pretty nice. So the premise of what code did I want to generate in order to write is, and the title of this talk is, does it lower the value of writing apps? And I did have an app I wanted to write. And amongst the other things I do is I do events. Right? Linux App Summit is one of them that I do as a volunteer, but internally at Intel, I do a lot of events. And those events, I have to work with a lot of agencies and everyone. So anytime I have to make a change in the agenda, I have to communicate multiple times. And I wanted something where I could put this agenda on a app and be able to move things around. You don't usually see those things. It's like if you do it online or whatever, there may be something where you can move the rows and columns, but I couldn't find anything. So I'm like, well, I need to scratch my itch in a true fashion of free software. I decided to write one. It's like, okay, let's see how maybe I can get some help using generative AI to get started. I haven't used GTK since, or wrote code in GTK since GTK 2. So it's been a really long time since I've come back and worked on something like this. So it was always coming back after a long time, like, how do you write something, right? And so I started with a Python app because I don't like using C. Too much boilerplate code for me. So and it makes sense for me to do this. So you start off. Of course, I also have to pick the most complex GTK widget I could find, which is GTK column view, which seemed to fit what I wanted to do with this app. So I started with not the real app. I started, let me do a sample. So I said on a prompt, create a sample GTK4 Python app using GTK column view, which led to a fun adventure, as I was saying, with over here, adventures in code generation. And so so I spent a lot of time on this and iteratively. And there are a lot of issues when you're doing code generation. Maybe some of you have run into this as well and agree with me. Frequent hallucinations between different versions of GTK. A lot of times it's in there trying to use, initially trying to set up the app using GTK3 type of stuff, which, it didn't, that wasn't what I wanted. So I had to explicitly tell them, okay, no, you can't use GTK3, you need to use GTK4. Then frequent hallucinations of APIs that doesn't exist. Sometimes it really would like to use an API of sometimes it'll use API of a widget, of a different widget, in its attempt to do what I asked. It's really hilarious. I was like, you see the code. I was like, yeah, that's not it. That's not it. And you sort of get a tune of how it's thinking too while it's going through it. And when it doesn't know the answer, it just adds garbage. And one of the things about AI is everything is about predictive, of being using statistics to be predictive, right? It just thinks what is the most likely next thing, and that of course it figures that out by based on a lot of training. So if there's not a lot of training behind what I'm asking for, then it's gonna make crap up. And then this one was especially bizarre. You go down there and you keep telling them this is wrong, try this, and then suddenly you find yourself, okay, the LLM, and it does this in such a cheerful thing, and it feels like this some kind of seedy car salesman, or like this is going to be the best. It's always this cheerful voice that's. I like to think of it as a very enthusiastic puppy. With if you combine a puppy and a programmer, that's the kind of thing. Everything is very, 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 very sort of cringe, actually. But going back to this point, you end up back in the beginning, where it's starting all over from with the same mistakes that it did the first time as it was going through it, and I was like, what the hell is this? And this has happened multiple times. So you waste like 2 hours, and then you're back in the beginning. But I mean, I did make progress. I got somewhere, and maybe further than I thought I would when using an LLM. But it sort of works. But there's definitely when I go back and think about what went through, it does have a kind of mindset when it's generating, and you have to do. And you have to figure out the right prompt to coax the right answer, because it's sort of stuck in its own mind frame, right? So it's very bizarre how it goes through its processing. If you ever looked at like see what it's thinking, and kind of that's funny. I'm confused about this. Maybe we need to look here. It's sort of an interesting window into the thought process, and the hallucinations, if you look at it, is you're asking. If there's no training materials, the hallucinations comes from that. It's because it doesn't know how to predict it. And so every time I see a hallucination, I think it's some sort of lack of training. Although I'm sure that's not always true. Sometimes it makes out regardless. But that's what I did. I kind of ran into a wall towards the end. Because I was interested in implementing something that I'm not sure there was code written for, at least not from asking around. And it is, and of course, code is everything for these LLMs. So in the end, you get to a point where you do have to figure it out yourself. So after a while doing vibe programming, I don't know if anybody's heard of vibe programming. It's it's some new thing that's come out, some kind of new moniker of, and the idea is that non-programmers can use an LLM and completely write an app by just asking the LLM to do the code, right? And probably really high level. write a website. I want it to look like this, that kind of thing. I'm not sure that's like the best. And the idea of non-programmers writing code seems very cringe. There's so as software developers, when we look at our code, it's always I always think like it's a series of compromises, and not always that you had to come up with. But this when you write code, you built a instinct, right, on what to do and what not to do. And so just telling LLM to do this. There was one anecdote about some dentist said he wrote dentist office software. It's some claim. Well, it's the internet. But I don't think I would ever deploy code for a dental office made by Vibe Programming and think that the data was secure. Just security practices, not a dentist I would go to. So anyway, that I was not able to write the app only, and there was only because I couldn't. I in the end I was trying to find without the LLM how to implement this code, and I couldn't do it. And I couldn't find any code anywhere, sample code to do it, and so I'm sort of stuck right now. So I need to go back and figure out what to do. So when I think about what went wrong in my little adventure, I think I tried to code up something. The exact problem I was having with this app was that I was trying to use a way to move rows up and like drag and drop rows up and down, and I was running into trouble with that. And that part is really GTK column view is very complex machinery, and it's not something a lot of folks have expertise in. And so this is sort of my adventure there to have to go back and figure. I don't have a problem with the data model or anything like that. And actually, when I went through ChatGPT, it did a decent job of creating a G object that did like setting it up and so forth. So it's I didn't have that. It was some other issue with widgets and integrating them with GTK column view. So anyway, that's because there's no training data behind it. The LLM couldn't help me. I couldn't solve my problem. And so I'm going to skip this. Gen AI doesn't. I think Gen AI doesn't really teach you how to approach writing an app. And when you're writing an application, at least in GTK, you have to really think about what your data structures look like, what parts you wanted to reveal to the event system. All of those things are, and tracking them, right? All those things you have to kind of work out ahead of time, and it's not something you just sort of write down. And Gen AI doesn't teach you that approach. Sure, it generates it, but when you look at the code, you still need to understand the structure and so forth, because as the app gets more complicated, it gets harder for the AI to figure it out, right? And you sometimes will spend more time getting the AI to do what you want than maybe actually writing the code yourself from a disciplined approach, right? And also, these things don't may not generate code in the best fashion that let's say somebody who understands GTK in terms of maintainability, right? And there are some things that you should not do, and you would not know that unless you're interacting with the community and sharing them and so forth. So there's definitely a social aspect. If you're out by yourself somewhere and using this generator, you're probably going to run into maintainability problems later. But the other thing that would disturb me was I stopped thinking when I was using the AI, because it's just like this. So you're trying to do this, it generates a code, and each time it's like, this is the final version, this is the final version, and you download it, and then you're putting it in through Python, and then it gets an error, and then at some point you're just cut and pasting the error and throwing it on the LLM, and then waiting for it to say, oh, I know what I did wrong. This is in this. Try this one now, and then you keep doing this cycle. It's just your brain starts turning off. If back, I'm going to date myself again. Back in the day before there were Google Maps or anything like that, you generally had an instinct of which way to go and how to go and how to. You just kind of do it yourself and know how to get there instinctively, but because you're now aware of how the city puts the streets together, right? And once you do maps, you're kind of like, I'll just I'll just do whatever it tells me, right? And in this one, I felt more like, if you've ever been in a casino, it felt more like these folks who sitting there, they have this vacant look in their eyes, and they're just doing the slot machine. Even when they're winning, it doesn't matter. They're just like, just going back, putting the coins in. I don't even know what the best end result is for them to break out of that. Oh my God, how do I put this? This vacant stare, right? You're just pushing this, and you're not even thinking. And that's not a way to write code. Look, for a lot of us, writing code is art. It's our creative genius and code, right? So reducing it to this seems kind of sad, right? And is it bad news? It's not all bad news. I think I've done a lot to dunk on AI, generative AI, but there are good aspects to using AI, and I think there are some good things that we can do, where we can take advantages of LLMs in very narrow ways, not an entire app. I think that's the thing. But the idea here is that can you lower the barrier, right? And I already said, I already gave this idea. You need to plan ahead and understand your data models. But I did learn things on ChatGPT. I did understand how a G-object should be put together. Not that I didn't know before. I just, again, sometimes using these LLMs, you stop thinking and don't realize there's a lot of ways to go about this. But the LLM sometimes does figure it out for you, and I was able to do that. But the other thing is to take advantage of is that you can upload sample code and then ask it what does it do. And if I know sometimes I don't always understand the code that's in front of me, and then being able to take code and then ask it to explain it in whatever experience level, right? Say, explain this like I'm 5 years old. It could do that, right? Or explain this from a very critical point of view, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing is ChatGPT and others are improving all the time. And their personality changes too. It's sort of again the the way the LLM behaves between ChatGPT 4 and I think O is sort of interesting. Uh, but I've noticed that over time that it does seem to improve. So, maybe not as utilitarian now, but it will improve over time as they continue to AI scrape all our code. So, so anyway, I do have some ideas on how we could use LLMs, and a lot of this comes down to creating our own training. I know that we as in general, we're not that interested in AI now, but creating our sample code for folks to upload and ask how it works is a great way to train folks into writing apps and encourage them to grow and make them. There's also docs. If you and this is things that you can train the LLM is to write docs so that they can do it in the way we want to do it. A lot of times, we may be cynical about AI, but we also need to lead because I don't think AI is going anywhere, right? I think it's gonna keep going. So we kind of have to put up with it in some shape, way, or form because as this stuff becomes easier, because we were talking about lowering the barrier, but this technology, websites or whatever, is becoming more easier to do for people who don't have the skill sets. I mean, just look at the art here, right? Even writing this slides, right? I'm using Reveal.js, but I don't know JavaScript that well. So sometimes I would ask them, "Hey, how do you do this?" So it fills up these gaps of knowledge where before you're just searching the web. So so a lot of it is training LLMs to do that, especially best practices. So I think that's one way. And also I've noticed that, the training material we have, let's say like developer.gnome.org, a lot of them I feel like were written from a point of view of platform, and not necessarily from the advantage of a app developer. Again, it's like an app developer might look at something differently than someone who's looking at it from a platform perspective. So I'm coming to the end of my talk. I'll just sum up a few points that I would like you to take away from is I think LLMs are a great learning tool, but not necessarily an accurate one. And I don't think the expectations meet the hype. And there's always a buyer beware. I think we should embrace LLMs where it makes sense, because it's out there. And there's also this notion, and they have editors now, AI-powered editors. And if there are things that, like code completion, is a pretty good one because if you're writing code and you're doing a lot of things that are similar all the time, this is a great way to save time because it now figures out how you write code, and it can do much more fancier auto completion than typically. So these are some other ways that you can use AI rather than just go straight up going to ChatGPT and ask it to generate code. So with all that said, I want to thank all of you for listening. I'm really sad that I'm not there to give this talk in person. I was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I couldn't. But I hope this talk was interesting. And if you have any questions, I can take. I don't know how much time we have left. But it looks like it's, but I'm on Mastodon, in a few places. I have a LinkedIn, and I'm on Matrix, clearly, and you can email me. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ray. Does anyone have any questions?
Hi, Shri. It's Emanuele.
Hi.
So,
Hi.
two
Hi,
two things. One is the development documentation website was written for application developers, but the main problem is that I haven't managed to convince anybody to actually write documentation for application developers. It's super, super hard. I'm not entirely sure that writing it for the benefit of LLMs is going to make any dent in that particular issue there.
Sure.
Finding people that enjoy writing documentation is actually pretty hard. But my real question is, there have been a bunch of projects that have tried to either open up their contributions to allow LLMs to play some role, like lately Servo, and they had to backtrack because it's a hard sell. And other projects have started to preemptively put guardrails in place to avoid contributions from involving LLMs.
Right.
So my question is, how do we thread the needle in this particular? How do you think we should thread the needle in this particular issue?
Okay, so I guess I need a little more information on the guardrail part. So I'm not completely familiar. Could you go into a little more detail there?
Yeah, basically, some projects, especially even in the GNOME community, have started to add a policy that does not allow contributions made from using LLMs as an aided.
Yeah.
And but still allow things like translations because you're not speaking English, so you want to comment your code. So you want to have translations there, or you want to translate from one programming language to the other. So my main question is, given the community at large, the feedback that community at large has, how do we sell the idea of allowing people to use LLMs to contribute to GNOME projects?
Yeah, I think you got it right. That I don't think using LLMs for code contributions is a great idea. And I would actually say, again, your guardrails is correct that no code. I would not allow code contributions through using LLMs because it's problematic, right? You don't control what they generate, and it also it's almost like I don't want to say cheating, but it's like low effort, right? You're generating, and we want people to put the effort in, and so for areas like translations and things like that, I would actually encourage that. But I think the problem is that it's best to start with a strict idea of what where LLMs play, at least in code generation, and it's not to do them. And then as LLMs improve, maybe we can kind of open the door, nudge the door a little bit open. So that would be my instinctive idea on how you would approach that. And I think for all of us, we can kind of tell. We can tell when something's been generated by an LLM, right? We know. We do have our BS detector, and so that would be my first thing. And also, it's really important to communicate that as a rule that we don't accept LLM generated as the first part, right? And I don't know how you would. I think enforcement is problematic, especially when you have lack of resources. But that's my first thought as an answer.
Thank you. So this was, we're right on time actually. So thank you very much, Sri, for your presentation.
Good. Have a great time, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for the audience here, we have a break now, and after that, we will continue with the last presentation. Thank you.
You take me there, you make me better. When I hold your hand, I leave the ground. Hey, you promised me, you said forever. Now it's you and me against the world. You and I. Now it's you and me against the world. You and
happens also to be the last presentation for the whole conference. Our next presenter is Evangelos, and Evangelos will be talking about Tuba, a folk success story. This presenter will be a remote one, will be online, but I think that we will have a Q&A session in the end in case you have any questions. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, my name is Evan and I'm the maintainer of Tuba. Tuba is a feature-complete client for the Fediverse. The Fediverse is a decentralized social network that consists of multiple interconnected platforms, like Mastodon or PeerTube. While it's been around for a long time, it gained significant popularity, especially in open source communities, when Twitter changed ownership 3 years ago. Likewise, Tuba's history is much older than that. Tuba is a fork of the discontinued Tootle project by Blick Ray, which started as a Mastodon client for elementary OS in 2018. Later, in 2020, Tootle started using libhandy, and by September 5th of the same year, Granite was removed completely. The last significant event is the port to GTK4, which happened a year later. By the time the Twitter event happened, development had already ceased and the project got archived. I wasn't around for any of that. I joined the Fediverse in 2020 as a backup to Twitter, and that was pretty much it. However, when everything moved over, I became interested in creating a GTK client for it, and that's when I stumbled upon Tootle. I had no Val experience prior, and seeing its state, my own goal was to keep the lights on. Unfortunately, I overestimated how much on par Tootle was with Mastodon Web, and underestimated how complex it is. Nevertheless, Tuba has become a very successful GNOME app and a worthy successor to Tootle. But this isn't luck. There was a plan from the very beginning. Open source apps often get made fun of for their terrible design and user experience. That's not because we lack talented designers, but usually maintainers are hesitant to change their own vision, accept suggestions from outsiders, or work on something they themselves don't fully agree with. I'm guilty of that too, and completely lacked any design skills. In fact, the first branding iteration was Tooth, with a Chrome-esque blue tint on top of Tootle's icon. I knew that if I wanted Tuba to become something more than just Tootle and Z, I had to be very open-minded on design. I went to Tootle and started implementing one by one all design suggestions. And it worked. The app started taking shape into a modern one. It really can't be overstated how important listening to designers is. People have been tagging the Tuba account on posts about how seeing it made them want to try Linux or inspired them to start developing their own apps. The trick is to give designers you trust the freedom to experiment with ideas, while implementing them to the T. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to debate them, but you have to mentally switch roles. You are now the one making suggestions, and they are the ones who will make the final decision. Tuba releases are usually huge and introduce many new dialogues, widgets, and design patterns that have to go through a lengthy design review. I'm very thankful to the people that go through it and give enough pointers and suggestions every time. Namely Tobias and Brage, who always find time to help me out when asked. There are also occasional design and art contributions that need to be credited as well. Jamie, Cramo, Jakub, and Adrian. As briefly mentioned at the start, Tuba is a complex app, and so is the Fediverse. Vala uses zlib as a standard library, which sometimes makes doing simple things hard, and limits the available and well-supported libraries you could use in languages like JavaScript and Python. Additionally, Tootle hasn't finished migrating everything like libsoup. To give you a brief idea of the internals, there are two libsoup sessions, one is for media and the other one is for API requests, which also keeps some WebSockets alive at any point. Fediverse software usually returns HTML, which we parse using libxml and convert it to Pango markup. There's also a media viewer that can display images with zoom gestures, play videos, and play audio with visualizer and GStreamer. There's custom highlighting formations, hashtags, custom emojis, and completion providers that query them as you type. There's also server admin moderator tools, and that's the tip of the iceberg. Most of these patterns are not common and require a lot of effort to implement, as well as getting familiar with many different libraries. The Fediverse is also a very complex space. There's no official API for clients. Well, there is the client-server API, but it's very limited and incomplete, plus Mastodon doesn't even support it. What most clients end up doing is support Mastodon's API, commonly known as Master API. Mastodon has always been popular, so other ActivityPub servers would implement its API to benefit from clients made for it. The problem, however, is that they all move at different speeds and have different visions. Mastodon is fairly conservative and won't implement features like emoji reactions or quote posts unless they are planned out. So what Pleroma, iStream, GoToSocial and others do is extend Master API, allowing clients to gradually implement their unique features. As for example, servers that support quote posts will include a quoted post in the API response, but also append a link to the post content. That link will be wrapped in a special HTML class. That way, clients that don't support quote posts will show the link, while clients that do will remove the special class from the content and use the quoted post from the API response. But often, that's a double-edged sword, because when extensions overlap, backend developers don't communicate, and clients have to support 2 or more different versions of the same extension. Plus, when Mastodon does end up implementing these features, it often takes a different and more thought-out approach. As an example, the emoji reactions on announcements does not use the same API as the glitch-sock post reactions, which does not use the same API as the Akoma post reactions. I will close this off with one of the most annoying parts of reviewing, the leak test. Val has an issue with lambdas, where they'll cause reference loops and will never be freed. I learned this the hard way when I first started adding features. The post widgets will have a lot of bound properties, many of which would use lambdas and would never be freed from memory. There's a draft merge request in Vala on fixing this. Turbo has a lot of features. There are over 150 custom widgets and dialogues, totaling to over 26,000 lines of Vala code. I'll start with Label with Widgets, or LWW. LWW is, as the name describes, a label that can have widgets in it. A feature in the Fediverse custom emojis. Instances can have a list of custom emojis that users can use in posts, profiles, and names, by wrapping their emoji name in colons. This is obviously something GTK label doesn't support out of the box. You might be thinking, can it use a layout container? And the answer is no. GTK label does a lot in terms of wrapping, text manipulation, ellipsization, character lengths, and more. Thankfully for me, Fractal had already implemented it for their matrix mention pills, so all I had to do was port it over and it would be good to go. Or so I thought. You see, LWW uses Pango attributes to insert rectangles of the same size as the child widgets in the positions of the custom emojis after replacing them with a zero width character. It then attaches the widgets at the positions of the rectangles, creating the illusion of a label with widgets, while taking advantage of all the label goodies like wrapping and ellipsization. But this is really abusing labels. It brought up many bugs with GTK label to the surface, inconsistent measuring, labels overflowing, infinite loops, and performance issues. In turn, I started hacking around it, since GTK label is a sealed class, by trying to hit different measuring branches. Sometimes that meant setting the max lines to 100, ellipsizing, or even setting the character widths. I was getting very frustrated with it, as it was hard to make a reproducer for, and even then, it was such a niche problem that made it very low priority. I had completely given up on getting it right until someone finally took a look. We have some very awesome people in our communities. One of them is Sergey. Sergey took it upon himself to fix this, which ended up in a much larger issue. It's not my place to explain the fix, but all the recent GTK box layout optimizations stem from it. For me, the situation was a prime example of free software in practice. I ported a widget from another project. I stumbled upon some niche bugs. Sergey took it upon himself to fix them, which in turn optimized GTK and fixed similar bugs in many other apps. And the knowledge I gained from this allowed me to fix an old and annoying bug in Fractal's implementation of LWW. Moving on, the media viewer is another complex one. At its base is a carousel that can display either a picture or a video per page. It sounds simple, but it's not. For starters, the full resolution media gets downloaded when they show up in the media viewer with a priority list. Until that's done, they have to show the thumbnail and the spinner. Pictures needs to be zoomable with gestures, which is somewhat complex and involves scrolled windows and changing the size of the picture. There's also an animation when opening an attachment that expands the thumbnail seamlessly into the media viewer and retains back when it closes. That was all supported from Fractal. In total, there are around 4 to 5 gestures enabled at a time. On videos, I originally used GTK video, but we quickly reached some roadblocks with resolutions, orientations, and most importantly, streaming. GTK video is supposed to accept input streams, which would allow us to stream media, but it doesn't work at the moment, forcing us to download videos fully before playing them. Thankfully, at the same time, Rafstar split Clapper's backend into its own library and commented about it on one of the issues. Since then, Rafstar has been adding features I needed to LibClapper, like caching, which I'm very thankful about. LibClapper is an excellent library that, apart from being a featureful video player widget, it also has an enhancers plugin. That plugin can extract videos from services like YouTube and PeerTube and play them in-app. It will be enabled by default in the next version of Tuba, though some distros enable it already. By now you've guessed that many of the widgets have a long history attached to them, so I don't have the time to talk about all of them. But I'll talk about blur hashes. Some backends provide the blur hashes for media attachments. Blur hashes are small strings that represent a blurry version of images, used until the actual thumbnail is loaded. At the start, I mentioned that Val often requires you to do everything yourself, and this is one of those times. There's an official C library for blur hashes, but it's very unoptimized and obviously it's not made around glib and pixbuffs. So I decided to port fast blur hash algorithm over into blur hash glib. Accessibility has been a big issue in Linux. Many of the new non-web-based toolkits are not built around it and won't implement it anytime soon. But developers sometimes think that just because the toolkit is accessible, they have nothing else to do from their side. That's very much not the case. We rely a lot on visual feedback from success and error classes to insensitive or unfocusable widgets. GTK has extensive documentation on them, which I recommend reading, so instead I'll give some examples from Tuba's codebase. The post-interaction buttons, like the favorites and boost ones, are actually GTK buttons, but they act as toggle buttons. That means that it needs to tell the screen reader that it can be toggled and what state it's currently in. So making them accessible consists of setting the role to toggle button and then update the pressed state to true or false based on whether it's enabled. In practice, they are still GTK buttons, but for screen readers they act as toggle buttons, which matches their visual and functional implementations. Another example is the LWW. It acts as a label and has GTK label child, but there's a big issue. The child widgets are read after the label is by default. Given hello blobcat world, it will be read as hello world blobcat, which is far from ideal because custom emojis often hold context. Instead, LWW has to update its label area property every time the widget changes to the label's text value, but with all the custom emoji names replaced in the positions they were in the post. And of course, hide the custom emoji widgets from the screen reader completely. I'll close this off by playing a recording of the screen reader from before our changes, which is the default GTK area labels, and one from after.
I'm opposed I am never using UK mirrors again. 199-340. Not selected. Unlisted post by GeopJR left paren at GeopJR right paren. Published : Sep 11, 2022. The post is pinned. Contains one attachment. Post stats : 1 reply, 99 boosts, 340 favorites. Not selected. I'm never using UK mirrors again.
A problem I'm still discussing with screen reader users is how verbose it should be. There are options too, but to set the verbosity from 0 to 3. Tuba is also available for Windows, both as a portable build and with an NSIS installer. We face some challenges with some libraries and packaging, but overall the MSys2 experience is smooth. The first obstacle is getting to work in the MSys2 environment. The main issue we faced was Sleep Secret. Technically, it should use a Windows keyring equivalent, but for some reason it doesn't. To overcome that, we use the file backend, which is not as secure. The difficult part is packaging it. You can't zip the entire MSys2 environment, and you cannot statically link everything. The only solution is to gather all the dependencies and zip them. That's easier said than done when you depend on libraries, they themselves depend on other libraries. The solution? A big script that recursively copies files from LDD until everything is copied over to the final destination. That also requires a lot of testing to make sure it works without MSys2 interfering. I had a lot more I want to talk about, but that's all the time I have. Tuba and the Fediverse are moving nicely along, and I'm excited for the upcoming releases. We could definitely use some help. Getting Tuba to version 1.0 requires migrating list boxes to Lisius, which is a huge task for one person to handle. If you'd like to contribute to Tuba and don't really know where to start off, don't hesitate to contact me either on GitHub or Matrix. I'd be more than happy to help you navigate the codebase and get started. I started Tuba having zero Vala knowledge and being completely new to the codebase. Anyone can do it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Applause. Perfect. So let's see if we have any questions. Do we have any questions from the audience here? No. Let me see online. I think that we have the speaker also joined the event online. No? Okay, so looks like we have no questions. Everything clear? Thank you very much for your presentation. This was also the last presentation for this event this year. We'll wait, I think, few more minutes until the other presentation is done that's running in parallel, and then we will have the closing speech. Thank you very much. So let's give just 1 or 2 more minutes to other people. Yeah, okay. There. Now we're all here. And I'm not seeing Anissa. Just a second, let me see. No, it's not right.
Well, no need to make it any longer. Linux Summit 2025 is coming to an end. We hope that you enjoyed the conference. Us, the organizing team, we had a very fun time. Also, thanks everybody who helped organize. It's very much appreciated. It's a lot of work to put one of these conferences together. And yeah, thanks all of you. As we also mentioned on the opening, this conference couldn't happen without our sponsors, OpenSUSE, Tuxedo, and CodeThink. Thank you very much for participating in the Linux Subsummit. And yeah.
Great. Big thank you to both communities, GNOME and KDE. You have always been so supportive every time we've had this conference by bringing your speakers, your contributors. We so much appreciate it. I want a very special round of applause for the audio and video team, especially for Matteo Bledi and Shazwan. You guys have been doing an amazing job and we always have a backup plan, so thank you. It would have been impossible to do all this live streaming and everything. The other thing, I want to also please make an announcement. If you have photos or videos from the speakers or from the conference, feel free to send those information at info@linuxhubsummit.org. That would be very, very helpful so we can post them on our social media channels. The other thing, the city tour tomorrow, it's happening at the main square of Tirana, just above the Skanderbegs monument. Once you're there, you really cannot miss it. It's huge, it's there, you'll see that. The tour guide will be waiting for you there, and I'll also send you an email with all this information just so you have it, and with a pinpoint. And the last thing, but not less important, is that we will soon open the call for bids for the location of LAS 2026. So if you want to see us in your city and show us your city, which I think you are looking forward to, please send your bid and we would be happy to evaluate it. Cool, so I think that's it. Another applause for the organizers, for the international ones. They've been online. They are online and they have been doing an amazing job with this. And I think that some of you, I'll see you in Guadec. Alesh will see some of you in Academy. And in 2026, we'll see you in LAS. Thank you so much.